Let us humble ourselves for the prayer. Heavenly Father, I want to bless your holy name. Want to thank you for this wonderful day. We thank you for the gift of life, Lord. Heavenly Father, I want to commit this meeting into your hands, O King of Glory, as we are planning for our district, O God. We pray that may your Holy Spirit come and lead us in whatever we are going to do. Heavenly Father, we are praying for our colleagues who are invited and who are still on their way, that may you render them journey mercies, O King of Glory, my God. Father, we give you the praise, we give you the honor, we magnify your holy name. We have asked all this through the name of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Yeah, thank you very much. We can take our seats. Once again, we welcome you to this budget conference. And I think that the most two important items, we've covered them. And at this time, I will request our beloved Cow to give us his opening remarks. Thank you.
RDC present, members of district executive led by the district chairperson, honorable district councillors present, heads of department, sub-county chairpersons, our implementing partners present, and all invited guests for this day. I'm called Fred Ulgara. I'm the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, and I'm standing in for my senior, the Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Mwezi David, who is currently in his official annual leave. So that's why you see me here to represent him. I take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you all to this budget conference, which marks the beginning of the preparation process of the budget for financial year 2024-2025. This follows the national and regional budget consultative workshops that were held in Kampala and Fort Portal respectively. This conference intends to achieve the following objectives. Number one, it is aiming at discussing the budget performance of the last year, 2022-2023. Objective number two, so that you guide us, you bring in your proposals. So it is number three objective, to tell you what we are planning to do so that you can give your input. The theme of the budget for the financial year 2024-23 is full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. The goal of the budget strategy for the financial year 2024-25 is to accelerate economic growth to at least 7% through a shift from raw materials based manufacturing and knowledge-based economy, as well as improve the environment of doing business in Uganda and Mbarara, and making it competitive in the medium term. Ladies and gentlemen, the general ultimate is to build an independent, integrated, and self-sustaining economy as an anchor for socio-economic transformation. The proposed budget strategy and priority investment for financial year 2024-25 is anchored on the third National Development Plan, that is NDP3, NRM Manifesto 2012-2025, and guidance by His Excellency, the President, and the next fiscal year's budget strategy, and it will therefore focus on the following. 1. Effective implementation of the parish development model. 2. Agricultural production and value addition. 3. Development of oil and gas sector. 4. Accelerated development of the mineral sector. Continued implementation of the export strategy and import replacement strategy through the industrialization drive, local content strategy, and agro-based manufacturing. Also, to unlock the constraints of the tourism development, invest in science, innovation, research and development, digitalization and automation of the economy, private sector development, integrated infrastructure development and services, as well as promoting public sector effectiveness and accountability. The parish development model is a government strategy or approach into the money economy, as well as eradication of poverty and vulnerability in Uganda. The parish development model is therefore implemented along 7 pillars, that is, pillar number 1, agricultural value chain development, that is production, storage, processing, and marketing. Pillar number 2, infrastructure and economic services. Pillar number 3, financial inclusion. Number 4, social services. Number 5, community mobilization and mindset change. Number 6, parish-based management information system. And number 7, governance and administration. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to see everyone indicating how he or she will contribute to the success of this program in this budget framework paper and subsequent budget. In conclusion, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, Mbarara District leadership attaches a lot of importance to this conference, and I call upon you to discuss the DDP3 program areas as well as the budget strategy for financial year 2024-25 for sustained socio-economic transformation of Mbarara District. I wish to remind the budget desk to submit the budget framework paper and draft estimates to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development by 15th of November 2023 to enable consolidation for onward submission to Parliament. As we embark on the budget preparations, please ensure that you allocate resources to the highest priority areas that will enable us to achieve our growth objectives. I call upon you, ladies and gentlemen, to embrace the program approach to our district Mbarara, to our Mbarara district annual work plans and budgets. I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. Let us give him a round of applause again. Oh, it's still a morning, and I expect every one of us to be, still warm. Can we give him a hand clap again? Yeah, thank you very much. Wanakau, thank you for the opening remarks. And we are still on our program. I will take this opportunity to welcome our beloved RDC to give us his remarks and officially open our budget conference. Thank you.
The Chief Administrative Officer present here, members of DEC present. What is expected of us today is the discussion of our previous performance in the financial year 2022-2023, which is about, I think, which has already ended. And also how we performed in the last quarter of this financial year. And then we look also at the priorities of which we need to put in the financial year 2024-2025. So it is now a recollection, re-examination of ourselves. How have we performed in the past financial year? In all sectors, in the Department of Health, Works, Environment, mention it. What about in the last quarter? The performance of the last financial year and the performance of the last quarter will make us engage ourselves of what plan do we have for the next financial year which we are budgeting for. Mr. Chief Administrative Officer, that's why I have been always on your neck that I would want to see our performance in all these sectors in terms of percentages. Therefore, today is a very important time for reflection, especially as we discuss our past performance, and there also we look at our priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever we are planning should be in a tandem with the NRM manifesto, and specifically on the National Development Plan 3, of how we want our economy to perform. We have heard about, they are talking about value addition and industrialization. It is also this time that we also have to look at our strategic direction as a district. So budget conferences of this nature should not only be ceremonial purposes and some of these themes be rhetoric. For example, when you look at the theme of the budget conference we are talking about, and I want to quote, full modernization of Uganda's economy through commercial, agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. These are words, English words. Let them interpret themselves on the ground in Mbarara. When we are talking of industrialization, what have we done? When we are talking of monetization, what have we done or what do we intend to do? Digital transformation, market access. These are the issues that should inform our discussion in these budget conferences. While I was in Fort Portal at the regional conference, I raised the following issues. Number one, I showed my dissatisfaction about the funding of the new created administrative units. For example, when you see the creation of new town councils, which inevitably displaced the former headquarters of the sub-counties. And I gave an example of Buchilo sub-county, where the political leadership, the technical leadership, where they are staying in a makeshift Makoko offices. And yet when they gave out the startup capital, they gave it to Buchilo Town Council instead of giving the startup capital to the people who don't have actually anything. And I think that that issue was very captured, and I hope it should also be captured in this meeting, such that it have a proper attention at the national level. I also raised, actually that was the second issue I raised at the budget conference in Fort Portal, but it was also a follow-up when we had a meeting with the Minister of State for Economic Monitoring and the Minister for Presidency in Kampala about the need for synergies between ministries, especially when we are giving out contracts and management of projects. And I gave an example of Mahembe Seed School, where a $1 billion shilling project is going on, but they did not, the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Water, were never consulted before the awarding of that contract. And that's why, at the end of the day, the district have to pay 50 million in order to shift a high-powered electric grid that was overshadowing the project. So we were talking about, what I mean here is, before such a project is awarded, let there be synergies between ministries, such that we don't have to incur such a cost afterwards. As we are talking about the National Development 3, and as you have seen, as guided by His Excellency the President, the most important item in the National Development 3 is parish development model. How is Mbarara performing? As of yesterday, we are at 94%. But I would have wished that it should be 100%. The question is, why have we not performed at 100%? When we are talking of these percentages, is the money that was remitted to the districts and the consumption of that money by the beneficiaries. Why should we be having money on our account when we have very many people who want that money? We have all here today in the participation of this preparation of the budget process for the financial year 2024-2025. But we have also a duty to make that whatever we discuss and is budgeted for is implemented. the parish development model having 7 pillars. The most important of those pillars is number 1, production. Number 3, financial inclusion. Number 5, mindset change. You have been seeing whatever has been trending on the social media, people drunk and singing in parish development model. Is that what we expect the results as we plan ahead? No. The honorable councillors present here, the honorable district technical officers, we all have a duty to sensitize our people to make some of these things work. And I want to assure you, I am not seeing any program better than parish development model, because we are targeting the poorest person, the poorest families, such that we have a bottom-up approach in the fight against poverty. Therefore, in this regard, as the Office of the Resident District Commissioner representing the Office of the President, I promise in this preparation process that we are going to enhance and maximize monitoring of this project, to make sure that whoever benefited from this money must be utilizing it in a tandem with the project, the enterprise one or she applied for. The sub-county chiefs in this meeting, the parish chiefs have a very big role to play, but I want also to thank our parish chiefs, because for the first time, I think, since we got independence, it is the time that we have had our parish chiefs who are educated and at the same time who are now working, because they have now got what to keep them busy. For quite some time, this was a sector that was a bit redundant. But at the commencement of the parish development model, I am sure most of our parish chiefs, who happen actually to be one of the youngest generation that we have in the civil service, have done a tremendous work. Except some of the few, but I think the majority have done very good work. It is therefore no excuse that when you are a chief administrative officer, that when you are a sub-county chief, that you can distance yourself from monitoring this important program. Much as the money is wired directly from the Ministry of Finance to the parish level, our role is eyes on but hands off. When our society is engaged in commercial, in the money economy, all sectors of government stand to gain, including religious leaders. I was telling them that you cannot have a poor followers in a church. That church will never grow. We liberalized the economy and privatization, facilities and government facilities. As long as our population is the money economy, we shall have very little resistance on issues of maintenance of, for example, of UPE, USE. Those people, most of the people will be affording to support government programs, both private and public. I call upon the meeting today to look directly to the strategic direction of about who is involved in what. Let's customize all these government programs with a view of benefiting the people we represent here. With those very many words, I want to thank you, the Chief Administrative Officer, together with your planning department, to have come up with this very good document. And I expect all these deliberations to be given the priority it deserves. I call upon everybody here to be attentive the whole day and give in a lot of your input. Whatever you budget today should not be in contradiction of the budget framework at the national level, and should also not be in contradiction with the NRM manifesto. The NRM manifesto is hinged on a very good ideology, which is hinged on the 4 principles. That is democracy, patriotism, Pan-Africanism, and socio-economic transformation. When we are talking about Pan-Africanism, we are talking at value addition and access market for our goods with a view of earning foreign exchange with our partners in the region, such that our people can, whatever they have, is marketable. And in my view, it is no longer a problem in Mbarara districts that you can have something that is lacking market. That's why we are encouraging the Department of Works with the availability of the district road equipments and the money from the road fund to make sure that all roads, access roads in our people, are upgraded in a motorable condition, such that our people neighboring those access roads cannot have a problem of transporting their goods to the market. And eventually, even the land that is neighboring that road also gains value. So that is why we are here. What are the priorities of Mbarara district as we plan this budgeting process? We are planning this budgeting process not for Isinjiro, not for Kunjiri, not anywhere, but now for Mbarara. What are our priorities? This is exactly why we are here. We wouldn't expect, after these preparations today, then later on I hear lamentation in your district councils. Why did you not do this? Oh, my people, but you didn't talk about it here. This is the opportunity. This is the opportunity that should not be lost. With those very many words, I want to thank everybody present here. And I take this opportunity to open this budget conference officially. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mbarara DC. Once again, let us give him a round of applause. He has reminded us of our theme for the budget that we are going to implement, 2024-2025. And I think that is our major focus. And it will be the center of our discussion today. I'll take this opportunity to recognize the presence of our DISO. Wana Commander, you're most welcome. And the heads of departments and sections that have joined in, you're most welcome. We are still following our program. And next on the program, we are going to have the district planner, who is going to take us through the strategic direction for the 3rd NDP and DDP. Wana Planner, you're most welcome.
I beg that I present from here. Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremonies, our chief guest, the resident district commissioner, the Chief Administrative Officer, members of the District Executive, honorable councillors, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Johnson Tsimireyo, and I'm the district planner for Mbarara. As has been mentioned, I have some few remarks which I want to give, which I feel are very, very important for guiding this budgeting process. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin by reminding you that we are planning for the last financial year of the current or existing District Development Plan 3. And therefore, as we prepare this budget for the next financial year, we shall be guided by the strategic direction of NDP3, the NRM Manifesto 2021 to 2025, guidance by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, and definitely our District Development Plan 3. We are aware that the government of Uganda adopted the third National Development Plan in July of 2020 as a framework not only for service delivery but also development in the medium term. And the goal of this plan is to ensure that there is increased household incomes and improvement in the quality of life of all the Ugandans. And the theme of this same plan is to ensure that we have sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. So as the previous speakers have already mentioned, as we plan and budget, we must ensure that we are contributing to this national goal and the theme for achieving this goal. The current development plan we're implementing is based on a program approach to planning, budgeting, implementation, and reporting. So as we plan, as we budget, as we implement, and even at the level of making reports, we shall make sure that this is done on the basis of the programs that have been developed under this National Development Planning Framework. Let me remind you what a program is. A program, ladies and gentlemen, refers to a group of related interventions that are intended to achieve common outcomes. And these programs were identified on the basis of key development issues that were identified at the time of making this plan. This approach takes into account program and performance-based budgeting to address the persistent implementation challenges that resulted usually from uncoordinated planning, weak harmonization, limited sequencing of programs, and poor linkages between outcomes and outputs. So as we prepare this budget, we need to ensure that we make good sequencing of the programs and ensure that there is a clear linkage between outputs and the outcomes we intend to achieve at the end of the day. In order to contribute towards the realization of the national goals and objectives, as local governments, we are required to fully align our plans and budgets to the NDP3. And this has been or will be achieved through adoption and adaptation of the national strategic direction, the programs and the results, together with interventions and values. And therefore, as we align our plans and budgets, we also need to reflect on our own vision and mission as a district. As a district, our vision is to become a well-planned, modern, and prosperous district by 2040. This is in line with the national vision, and all of us inclusive of the communities, the religious organizations, the private sector, and everybody. We are supposed to contribute towards achievement of both the national and district vision. And our mission is to promote sustainable socio-economic development and effective service delivery to our people of Mbarara. In summary, the district has fully adopted the National Development 3 goal, theme, objectives, and programs for purposes of alignment. And to do this, we have fully adopted the strategic direction at the national level, and as is reflected on the table below. We took the national objective as it is, the related strategies which we thought were relevant to us, and the programs that we have to implement in order to achieve these objectives. The first objective is enhancement of value addition in key growth opportunities. Those are the strategies that have to be followed. The second objective is strengthening the private sector capacity to drive growth and create jobs. And the third objective is to consolidate and increase the stock and quality of productive infrastructure in terms of roads and social economic infrastructure in general, enhance the productivity and social well-being of the population, and lastly, strengthen the role of the state in guiding and facilitating development. So we must all contribute towards these objectives, not only as local governments, but all the stakeholders within the boundaries of Mbarara district. This new approach, ladies and gentlemen, of budgeting, planning, and reporting has in a number of ways affected the way the local governments manage service delivery and development of the district. And in relation to this, the government of the Republic of Uganda has proposed program leadership by both political and technical leaders. I presented this last time, and I am presenting it again, so that we all understand this program approach and what roles each one of us has. We have a number of programs which have been clustered, and the first program is agro-industrialization. The second one is manufacturing. The political leader for this cluster that includes agro-industrialization and manufacturing is the Secretary for Production, Marketing, and Natural Resources. So it means that even at sector level, the Secretary for Production will ensure that these two programs are well reported on and implemented. And the technical head of this cluster is the District Production Officer. The other cluster consists of petroleum development, water, climate change and natural resources, mineral development, and sustainable energy development. Still, this cluster, the political head is the Secretary for Production and Natural Resources. So you have many programs under your cluster. And for the second cluster, it is the head of natural resources that is in charge, is the technical advisor and coordinator and manager of this cluster. Next. Then we have another sector that includes the program of private sector development, tourism, and the Secretary for Production and Natural Resources is still responsible for these two programs. So the Secretary responsible should note that you have about 8 programs that are under your docket, and you have to ensure that they are implemented successfully. As far as the last cluster is concerned, the District Commercial Officer is in charge of coordinating not only the reporting, but also the implementation. We recognize the arrival of our distinguished guests, including the Honorable Member of Parliament, the Vice Chairperson, the Chairman of Movement, and at the same time, chairman for Mbarara District Local Government Park. You are most welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next cluster includes these programs: digital transformation, integrated transport infrastructure and services, sustainable urban development, innovation, technology, and transfer. And the political leader of this program is the Secretary for Works. He's the one who should ensure that these programs are fully planned for, budgeted for, implemented, and reports generated timely for informing decision-making processes at the district. And the technical head of this cluster is none other than the district engineer. The next cluster includes two programs, of human capital development and community mobilization and mindset change. And the person who is in charge of these programs, the political leader, is the Secretary for Social Services, Education, Health, and Community Development, assisted by the Secretary for Community-Based Services. In Mbarara, we have two secretaries who are separately in charge of social services and then community development. But according to this classification, the one of community-based services will assist the Secretary for Social Services as far as management of this program and these two clusters are concerned. Respectively, the Education Officer and Community Development Officer are the technical leaders of these clusters. Then we have another cluster consisting of governance and security strengthening, plus public sector transformation and development plan implementation, including regional development. And the person responsible for this cluster, politically, it is the Secretary for Finance and Planning. While the technical leader for this cluster is the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer. And the last cluster, which is a standalone, is legislation, oversight, and representation. The political leader responsible for this cluster is the district speaker, and the technical person is clerk to council. So, ladies and gentlemen, when we go back to our respective offices, this is how we're supposed to manage these programs and the clusters at the political and administrative level. The overall political leader is definitely the district chairperson, and the overall technical leader is the chief administrative officer. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to bring to you the relevant policy and administrative guidelines that we need to follow and be guided by as we plan for the next financial year of 24-25. All heads of departments are advised to plan your cash flows or cash flow requirements and sequence them in the second, third, and fourth quarters. And this is because the government of Uganda runs a cash budget, and most government obligations, including loan payments, usually fall due in the first quarter. And in addition, revenue collections are usually low during this period and should be put in the second and the other quarters. There should be few compulsory activities in the first quarter because usually during this time, most government departments will not have received money. While budgeting for the next financial year, you must ensure that you allocate sufficient resources to your vote's critical activities and items prone to environment and supplementary requests during budget executions. New environments shall be authorized and there will be no room for supplementary expenditure. For any supplementary expenditure to be made, it must be approved by Parliament. And the Minister of Finance is saying you must do your planning and budgeting properly so that all the revenues you expect are identified timely and included in the budget. All the key activities must be budgeted for appropriately, because environment and supplementary budgets will not be welcome in the next financial year. All accounting officers and heads of department are supposed to ensure that interim outputs in the budget are consistent with approved program implementation action plans, or the PIAPs. Implementation is properly monitored to avoid time and budget overruns. So as we attempt to align our plans and budgets to the National Development Plan and the National Budget Strategy, we must ensure that we use the developed PIAPs, or the program implementation action plans, as we produce these budgets. This is the only way we can ensure that this alignment is effective and we are contributing towards achievement of the national objectives, which we have 100% adopted. When budgeting for off-budget financing, you need to ensure that the interventions funded by the off-budget funds are aligned to the NDP3, the PIAPs, and district development objectives. Provide clear work plans showing the interventions and outputs to be delivered on the program budgeting system, or the PBS. So the message is clear that even for off-budget funding and projects, they must be aligned to the PIAPs which have been developed at a national level. And these two should be captured in the PBS as we produce these budgets and BFPs. It has been noted that most institutions are experiencing challenges of land encroachment or outright loss of land because they sit on untitled land. Therefore, all accounting level or accounting officers at all levels, including sub-counties and town councils, must budget for titling of land in the next financial year. I hope this message is clear to all of us. All heads of departments are urged to ensure that they make adequate provisions for rent and the other utilities to mitigate against shortfalls during substitution and accumulation of arrears. In this budget, you are reminded to ensure that you effectively budget for water bills and electricity bills. Those who are renting, you must be enough money for rent so that you are not thrown out of your offices. All heads of departments are required to accurately profile and budget for all staff and all staff under their respective departments. They should ensure that staff lists are complete and conform to the records on the payroll. Not verified by the Auditor General should not be budgeted for. You are aware that recently Auditor General conducted an audit to verify the staff who are available in the local governments. So this is a warning to all heads of departments that all the staff who are verified should be on the staff lists in the PBS. If you know of any staff that was not verified, please, for the sake of your safety, don't include that person on the staff list in the budget that we're going to produce. I also want to remind you that the NPA, or the National Planning Authority, has already commenced on the preparation of the fourth National Development Plan, and all the projects that will be at the pre-feasibility stage will be considered for inclusion in the National Development Plan 4 and the DDP 4. In addition, all core projects that have not been implemented during the in the current NDP 3 and the current DDP 3 should be prioritized for inclusion in the next plans at the national level and the district level. Therefore, all accounting officers, heads of departments, and planners are advised to ensure that they budget for proposal activities for both the projects and the development plans. For these plans to be included in our development plans, you should have at least carried out some preliminary feasibility studies to ascertain that those programs are feasible and should be accommodated in the next development plan. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also remind you that the U-Gift program, which has been the basis for funding our city schools and elevation of our health center series 2s to series and series to 4s is coming to an end in the next financial year of 24-25. And this is in line with the restructuring and budgeting for completion and operationalization in terms of equipping and staffing of completed and ongoing projects within the variable resources. Therefore, there will not be any new upgrades or constructions. So, those of you heads of departments who have been having gift programs, you should ensure that in this coming budget, you budget for completion, equipping, and operationalization of these facilities. There are not going to be any new constructions or upgrades until further notice. As we prepare the budget framework paper and subsequently the annual budget and work plans, the following cross-cutting issues should be taken care of in all the programs. You are aware that it's a requirement that as you budget and plan, you must take care of all the cross-cutting issues. And for purposes of the budget strategy for the next financial year, these 3 cross-cutting issues have been identified. These include gender and equity budgeting, HIV/AIDS mainstreaming, environment, and climate change. There has been provided even a guidance on which areas should be considered under gender and equity budgeting for all the programs. So any heads of department or sections that don't have this information, don't hesitate to approach the planning and finance departments for guidance in this area. I therefore wish to ask you, the political leaders, the technical leaders, and stakeholders, to take note of the above developments and ensure that you align your budget framework papers, your annual budgets and activities, so that together we can achieve the national vision of a transformed Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country by 2040. For God and my country, I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Wana Planner, for that presentation. And before I invite the next presenter, let me take this opportunity to recognize our Honorable MP who has just joined in. I recognize the chairperson LC5 and the DEC members who have joined in, and our district chairperson for Park and the deputy speaker who has joined in. Let me take this opportunity to invite our next presenter, the district finance officer, to give his presentation. Thank you.
Also mention the name of the MP, because we have 3 MPs. Who is that one?
I think that podium should be put here, possibly. Because there you won't see there properly. So you also allow me to present from here. As they are arranging the document there, my name is Julius Muganzi, and I'm the Chief Finance Officer from Mbarara. In case you don't know what a Chief Finance Officer does, is the Chief Accountant and Paymaster of the district. And is directly responsible to the Chief Administrative Officer. I'm going to take you through the revenue and expenditure performance for the last financial year, 2022-2023. And I will start with the revenue budget performance for the last financial year. We have the source of funds, the approved budget, the revised budget, the cumulative receipts of what was collected, and the percentage of the amount that was received. I will start with local revenue. the revised budget, we had budget for 984 million, but the revised budget was 1.5 billion. We had not included money for town councils. So out of 1.5 billion, the district collected 1.2 billion, which is 82.4%. Under the discretionary government transfers, government was able to achieve all the 100% of the 3.8 billion that it had budgeted. For the conditional government transfers, government almost also met all, which is 99.9%. That's almost 100% when you correct the nearest. For other government transfers, 81% was corrected. For the donor funding, there we are not doing very well, 59%. So 41% did not honor its obligation. So the revised budget was 39.1 billion, and we corrected 38.4 billion, which is 98.2%. On the expenditure part, administration was supposed to spend 8.7, it spent 8 billion, which is 91%. Finance was supposed to spend 340 million, spent 333, which is 98%. For council and boards, it was supposed to spend 906, it spent 893, which is 99%. Production, 1.7 billion, it spent 1.7, which is 99%. For health, 5.6, spent 5.2, which is 93%. Education, 18.5%, billion, it spent 17.4, which is 94%. Works, 1.2, it spent 1.1, which is 95%. Water, 783, it spent all 100%. Natural sources, 458, it spent 439, which is 96%. Community, 332, it spent 316 million, 95%. Planning, 190, spent 175, 92%. Internal audit, 68.4, it spent all. Trade and local economic development, 81%, spent 78. So, which is 97%. Overall, out of a budget of 39.1, the district was able to correct 36, which is 94%. Proceed. We are going to look at those who are just figures. But let us look at the physical performance highlights. What did the money do? For routine manual maintenance of these feeder roads, the budget was 159.2, the actual was 115, and the comment was that not all budget was realized. Then for routine mechanized maintenance, the target was 66 kilometers, and what was graded was 72 kilometers. And we had budgeted to receive 163, but we received 170. So 40 million was received for emergency works. That's why the actual expenditure is bigger than what was captured in the budget. For maintenance of community access roads, 78 kilometers, we managed to grade 79 kilometers. and all the 111 million of the funds transferred to sub-counties was able to work. For repair and maintenance of works of motor vehicle, 13.4, but 7.1 was spent, and the comment was that less funds were received. For repair and maintenance of road, 47.2, and the expenditure was 37. We did not receive all the money. Maintenance of district works office for 3 months, 28.2, the expenditure was 22.8. Also less funds were received. On maintenance of, let's proceed, Keith. On maintenance of buildings at district headquarters for the 12 months, all the 12.8 was received and paid. On maintenance of compound at the district, all the 12.1 was budgeted and spent. Is that all? Is that all? For what? Okay. That was works. On digital transformation, that was internet subscription, the budget was 7.3, 6.8 was spent. It was just a shortfall of 570,000. Procurement of a laptop, 4 million, and it was procured. Then maintenance of IFMS equipment, 47.1. The equipments were all maintained and all the money was spent. Next. On natural resources, there was community training on wetland management. The budget was 2 million and it was spent and completed. On riverbank and wetland restoration, 6.7, and it was all spent and it was completed. Training of farmers at local and sub-county level in mainstreaming, 1.6, it was all spent and completed. On training of stakeholders in climate change adaptation and mitigation interventions, 1.8, and it was completed. On maintenance of tree nursery bed, 4.5, and it was completed. Tree planting at individual and community level, 1 million, and it was completed. The total, you can see. Keith, let's proceed. There is somebody interfering with Keith. I don't know if he can't you wait? Then on that's water under natural sources still. Drill and installation of hand pump boreholes, 49.3, and the facilities were completed and functional and in use. That is for Mbarara, Rwanyamahembe, 25. The facilities were completed. Kashare, 49. Facilities were completed. Rubaya, 49. Completed. Siting and supervision of hand pump boreholes, 7 million, and the boreholes were unsupervised by the consultant. Wanyamahembe, 3.2. The boreholes were unsupervised by the consultant. Kashari, Rubaya, all those were boreholes. Then construction of Chigoro solar powered water system, 351, and 347 was spent, and the facilities was completed and functional and in use, but under defect liability period, meaning we haven't paid him retention. Then on rehabilitation of deep hand pump, 9 million, the facilities were rehabilitated and functional. That is Rubaya. Next, for Kashare, 9, they are also rehabilitated and functional. Bubare, Wanyamahembe, and Buchuro. Buchuro, the facilities was rehabilitated and I don't know why there is no amount attached there. Joseph will clarify. Kagonji, 3 million, and there is nothing spent. We'll also clarify. Then for health, construction of a new OPD at Wizwera for phase 1, and 100 million was spent. And phase 1 was completed. We are waiting for phase 2. Then construction of maternity, laboratory, and staff quarters at Kagonji Health Center 3. Yes, that was an off-budget support, and 1.4 billion was spent. That construction of a Health Center 3 at Kagonji. Then another construction was for construction of maternity, laboratory, and staff quarters at Mbarara Health Center 3. 1.2 billion was spent, and also it was also an off-budget support. Then construction of laboratory and staff quarters at Kashari Health Center 3, 49 million, and it was completed. Under education, under education, there was construction of 2 classroom blocks at the Mbarara Primary School in Kashari Sub-County. Then construction of 2 classroom blocks at Mchigando Primary School in Rubaya Sub-County. 79.6 was spent, and it is completed and commissioned. Then construction of a 2 classroom block at Akarungu Primary School in Rubindu Town Council. 71.7 million was spent, and the remark there was that the iron sheets were not replaced. I think he put wrong iron sheets. Is yet to complete that. Then construction of Rwanyamahembe Seed Secondary School. The contract price is 3 billion, and out of 3 billion, 1.1 billion has been spent, and the construction, I think, is at roofing level, and it is ongoing. Then construction of a nursing school, 1 classroom block with principal's office and a store at 63.7 and 47.2 has been spent, and that was phase 1. So then we go to production department. The salaries were paid. Next, holding quarterly review and planning meetings at 4.8, monitoring and stopping of sub-county sector projects at 5 million, integrated supervision of extension services at 4 million, monitoring agriculture extension activities by those stakeholders at 3.2 million, routine monitoring of sector activities at 3.5, attending agriculture-related events at 1.6, then participating in the annual agriculture show at Jinja, 8 million. I don't know whether we were the first or so this time. Then the other are operational funds of break team, mileage, allowances, the departmental vehicle maintenance, stationery, and procurement of office equipment, all that is shown. Next. Maintenance and repair, like that. The other one is also delivering of email. That is the routine works and the operations. Then submission of quarterly reports. There was also procurement of 2 motorcycles at 24.6 million. Monitoring of capital projects, then monitoring supervision and backstopping at that amount. Then there was also establishing an irrigation demo in Mbarara and Rutoma at the Rutoma Church of Uganda at 49.3, the 2 projects. Then communities and leaders sensitized at the micro and mobilized on micro scale irrigation. I hope they know what to do now at 64.2. Conducting PDM parish meetings and coordination meetings at 46 million. procuring materials for 2 zero grazing demos at 10 million, then establishing 2 aquaculture demos at 10 million. Supporting apiary farmers with honey processing equipment, 10 million. Advising farmers in modern fish farming, practice and supervision of fishing activities on dams and markets, 7 million. Vaccination of pets, cattle, sheep and goats, 3 million. Then disease surveillance, investigation and sampling by clinical practices, 11.6. Next. Educate beekeepers, traders, processors, 9 million. Sub-county extension staff to carry out their activities at 91.1 million. Under administration, payment of staff salaries, pension and gratuity, medical expenses, staff training, and the cost is also shown. Then supervision of sub-county programs, including transfers to local governments, 61.8. Under finance, paid salaries. Next. Facilitation to handle issues of budgeting, accountability, and all accounting programs, including all those that you see, at 74.2 million. Revenue management collection through improvement of market structures, identifying other sources of revenue at 37. Budgeting, planning and services and ensuring draft and final budgets at 1.3. Expenditure management through monitoring of sub-counties and inspection of books of accounts and closures, 12.5. Accounting services through preparation and submission of financial statements, which are full year, half year, and 9-month accountants. Month to accountant general and auditor general within the set time frames at 15 million. Monitoring and implementation of the activities in the budget, 976. Next is planning, staff salaries, holding of budget conference, it was 10 million. Generation of staff statistical abstract, internet subscription, PBS budgeting and quarterly reporting at those amounts. Quarterly monitoring and mentoring of staff, 17.4. Projects feasibility studies at 8.7. A total of 139 million. Audit. Payment of staff salaries, internal audits, and sector management and monitoring. The total is 52.4 million. Under trade and industry, construction of roadside market at Chakabanintura sub-county at 67.2 million. It is more than the budget because we added more money to put on other structures. Then, formation, monitoring and supervision of cooperatives, assisting business for filing of new industries and enforcing quality assurance, collecting market information, training of private sector on lead, payment of salaries, and profiling of new markets at 1 million, a total of 120 million. Tourism development, carrying out inspection and accommodation of hotel facilities, mobilization and sensitization of agro-tourism initiatives, identifying model farmers and agro-tourism, tour guides, workshops and seminars at 6 million. Total 12.4 million. Under statutory bodies, salaries were paid, allowances for honoraria and ex gratia for LC1, LC2 and LC3 councillors, all totaled to 279 million. Workshops and seminars, 30 million. Books, periodicals and newspapers, 1.7. Welfare and entertainment. Printing and stationery, small office equipment. Next. Next. Travel inland, 15.2. Fuel, lubricants and oils, 1.1. Maintenance of civil at 1.1. A total of 604. Then for PDU or Procurement Management Services, allowances 11.7, advertising and public relations 8 million, welfare and entertainment 2 million, printing and stationery, electricity and travel inland. Next. On staff recruitment services, that is the District Service Commission, allowances 7.7, advertising and public relations 2.2, recruitment expenses 39.3, books, periodicals, computer supplies, welfare and entertainment, printing and stationery at all those figures that you see. Telecommunications 1.5, electricity, cleaning and sanitation, a total of 66.4. On land management services, allowances for boards and commissions 13.2, welfare, printing, telecommunication and travel inland. That is the summary of what it is. Next. Then under financial accountability, that is the Public Accounts Committee. Allowances for members 9.5, welfare and entertainment 0.8 of a million, printing station and photocopying 1 million, telecommunications 0.2, travel inland 3. A total of 14.7. Then political and executive oversight, that is the District Executive Committee. Welfare and entertainment 2.4, telecommunication 5.6, travel inland 56.4, donations 8.7, a total of 73.1 million. For standing committees of council, 19.3 million was spent. Under community-based services, operation of community services department 1.9. Next, Keith. I think that is FAR 4. Functional adult literacy 4.6. Gender mainstreaming 3.4. Children and youth 8.5. Support and district youth 17. Work inspection based 0.6. Labor dispute and settlement 1.4. Then support to disabled and elderly 9.2. Representation of women councils 19.6. Social rehabilitation 2.4. Operation of community-based services 386. I think that is salary, which is a total of 456. Then for this financial year, which we are reporting on 1 quarter. This 1 quarter, operation of community-based services, budget is 5.6, we have spent 1.5. Support PWUs, out of 2.9, 954,000 has been spent. Representation on women, fine. I'm informed let me stop here. The rest will be presented by the sector heads, the respective sector heads. Otherwise, that is how we performed. And thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much, the Chief Finance Officer, for the presentation. And before I invite the Senior Planner to take us through the last item, before we break off for break tea, I'll take this opportunity to recognize the arrival of the Chairperson LC5, who is with us in the house. Bwana Chairman, you're most welcome. So, Senior Planner, take us through the item, and when you finish, before we break off for tea, we shall have remarks from the Honorable MP, then we break off for tea. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be taking us through the performance for quarter 1 for this financial year. Ideally, financially, we are supposed to be at 25% performance. That is for quarter 1. Quarter 2, 50%. Quarter 3, 75%. And then quarter 4, 100%. So from our presentation, anything you see below 25%, it means it is an underperformance. And anything above 25%, it is an overperformance or a good performance. As you can see, it's a bit long, so I'll not go through all the columns. My concentration will be on this first column of the core activities, the location, our achievement, and then the status of completion. So our first department is CBS department. Yeah, so the first activity is, that's not CBS. Okay. The first activity is salaries for all departmental staff paid, and apparently we are on track according to our performance. And then the other activity is monitoring, production, value chain activities. Yeah, this is production department, not CBS. So according to what is projected, we are supposed to begin with CBS. Page 36. Sorry about that. For those following hard copies, we are on page 36. You're supposed to begin from page 36. So maybe we shall be following the hard copies as we wait for the PowerPoint. So first column shows that is that they are on track. They're supposed to support PWDs in Kashare, Rubaya, Bizwera, Rutomba, Town Council, Ranyamahembe Town Council, Rubin Sub-County, Nyabisirira Town Council, and Bubale Sub-County, and they are on track. As you can see, their achievement is above 25%. Then representation on women councils, it's supposed to be done across all the districts, and they are on track. Percentage is at 38%. Then support to district youth councils. It's also supposed to be in all the sub-counties, and it is at 46%, which is on track. The other one is labor dispute settlement, which is at 23.7%, and that's also on track. Then support to children, it is also supposed to be done in all local governments, and they are on track. Then support to elderly, it's supposed to be done in Rubaya, Rubindi, Buchuro, and Wizwera Town Council, and they are on track. So page 37, hard copy. Next. Yeah, gender mainstreaming. And then they are on track. Percentage performance have not yet reported. And then youth and children, yeah, it is 0% performance, and the reason is because no implementation funds were sufficient. Then social rehabilitation, it is at 32%, which is a good performance because it's above 25. Then vehicle maintenance, 0%, no sufficient funds. Then support for staff lunch allowance, 0%, no sufficient funds. Then footage, that is transport allowance, 34%, which is a good performance. HIV mainstreaming is at 0%, no sufficient funds. Utilities in probation, meaning they are not paying electricity and water because they have no funds allocated to the department. And then also utilities for production department, since they share the meter, still it's also at 0% because they have no funds. Then contribution to Divine Mercy, that is the babies' home, because they have no funds. They're supposed to conduct political monitoring, This has overperformed at 58%, and they are on track. Then they were supposed to conduct registration of number plates. The process hasn't commenced. And then they are supposed to do FAL, 42% performance, which is on track. Support to beneficiary groups under YLP, 0% performance. It hasn't been implemented, maybe because the funds have not yet been received. And then support to beneficiary groups under Rural Rwenzori Support Program, 35%. This is a good performance, and implementation is on track. Yeah, that is CBS. These are the challenges. We put in these tables specifically for NGOs and other implementing partners. As we display our challenges, please identify areas where you can offer us support, so that by the end of Q4, we are able to achieve all our set targets. So CBS has a challenge of capacity gaps in mainstreaming social protection issues in other sectors. And they would recommend providing training of key stakeholders in lower local governments in gender and equity budgeting. The other challenge was inadequate funding. As you can see, most of the activities were at 0% performance. And so they are recommending for advocacy for increased sector conditional grant for the social development sector. This is funding from central government. The other one is lack of appropriate means of transport for the CDO, probation officers, and labor officer. Advocacy from the state and non-state actors to provide for transport. The other challenge is limited awareness about human rights for the most vulnerable. The recommendation is increased budget for community mobilization and mindset change. The other challenge is limited engagement of vulnerable groups in development programs. The recommendation is enhanced compliance and enforcement of planning and budgeting framework. Then we move to the Works Department. One of the core activities is routine manual maintenance of district feeder road, and their target is 225 kilometers. They're supposed to do this in a period of 10 months, and so far they have only covered 1 month. The comment is that recruitment of road gangs is still ongoing. The other project is periodic maintenance of feeder roads. They intend to cover 6 roads. Their target is 76 kilometers, and so far 4.6 have been covered. The reason is that the funds are spent on emergency works at Katojo 2. Routine mechanized maintenance of feeder roads. They are also supposed to cover 6 roads and 55 kilometers, but so far nothing has been done because the activity is planned for Q3 and Q4. And then repair and maintenance of works motor vehicle. This is supposed to be done monthly. So far it has been done and it's still ongoing. Repair and maintenance of road units. It's also ongoing and all the months have been covered according to the target. Maintenance of district works office, it's also ongoing. Maintenance of buildings at the district headquarters, it's also ongoing. Then maintenance of the compound at the district headquarters, it is also ongoing and it has been done for the 3 months. As Works Department, they have a challenge of insufficient funding, and they would recommend government to increase funding specifically for road maintenance. Another challenge is lack of supervision stroke service vehicle. The district should purchase or lobby from central government. The other challenge is district roads have no reserves. Government should acquire road reserves. Then communities block offshoots. So they should sensitize communities to avoid blocking offshoots on the roads. The next program is digital transformation. And this is where we look at internet subscription and then maintenance of our IFMIS equipment. IFMIS is the system that we use to make payments in government. So it needs to be maintained for Mbarara district. And so far, maintenance is being done for the 3 months. Then the challenges they experience as a program is limited funding to extend internet connections to departments of education, natural resources, and CBS. As you can see, these are very important departments that really need the internet. So they need funds to cover those departments. Then they also lack ICT training for technical staff, political leaders, and special interest groups to embrace digital technology. So there's need for funds to conduct ICT capacity building. Then another challenge is limited connectivity of all sub-counties, health units, and schools. The recommendation is that lobbying should be done in central government to extend internet connectivity. Another one is low level of uptake of digital technologies. The recommendation here should be sensitizing the community. Natural Resources Department, their core activity is community training in wetland management. They intend to train 110 community members in sustainable wetland use and management. So far 30 have been done, so more funds are required for the meetings to be held. Another one is riverbank and wetland restoration. They intend to cover 10 hectares. So far 3 have been covered and it's ongoing. Monitoring and evaluation of environmental compliancy, it should be done across all districts. Across all district environmental activities and projects and set up at the district headquarters. Nothing has been done against the target of 2,000 and because no funding. Provision of nursery tree inputs and implements. 10 kilograms of polythene tubes have been procured and 1 lorry of forest soil. Then another one is training in forestry management, that is watershed management. They plan on conducting 4 trainings and so far nothing has been done. Then also forest regulation and inspection, they're supposed to conduct 4 and none has been done. This is coordination and operation of Natural Resources Office. The whole quarter they've so far spent 200,000 and it is in progress. The challenges they are facing as a department is low funding for their activities and they would recommend for increased funding. The other one is lack of transport facilities for monitoring and inspection, enforcement of natural resources activities, so they would recommend procurement of a standby motor vehicle. The other challenge is lack of internet services, so they would recommend provision of internet services for their department. The next department is water, and the core project is drilling and installation of hand pump boreholes. Okay, please. This is planned for in Bubare, Ranyamahembe, Kashare, and Rubaya. And as you can see, nothing has been done so far because all the projects are still under the procurement process. This goes for also Buchiro and Rubindi. Then another activity is siting and supervision of hand pump boreholes. This one is to be done in Bubare, Ranyamahembe, Kashare, Rubaya, Buchiro, and Rubindi. So far, nothing has been done because the procurement process is still ongoing. The other activity is construction of Chigoro solar powered water system. One power system was planned, and I think it's already beginning because I can see one, and it's still under the procurement process. The other activity is rehabilitation of deep hand pump boreholes. This is planned for under Rubaya, Kashare, Bubare, Ranyamahembe, but so far nothing has been done. The procurement process is still ongoing. So the challenges they are facing as water department is land encumbrances during construction and siting. They are recommending for more community sensitization and acquisition of land before the project is implemented. The other challenge is low community participation during mobilization of user fee and contribution towards construction. More community sensitization needs to be done. And then the other one is encroachment of water catchment basins, especially swamps. More sensitization needs to be done. Then under health department, their core activity is phase 2 construction of a new OPD block at Wizwera Health Center 4. So the actual cost is 100 million, but then the procurement process is still ongoing. The other one is construction of an operating theater at the newly upgraded Rubindi Health Center 4. The expected cost is 400 million, but so far the supplementary budget has just been approved and loaded on the system, awaiting implementation. The BOQs have been developed, and then they are also waiting for submission to the UPDF for construction. The challenge they are facing as a health department is poor attitude, in brackets customer care, of some health workers, affecting the quality of services provided. They would recommend for regular monitoring of health facilities. The other challenge is inadequate staffing, which is at 60%, as per the new approved health structure, and they recommend for increasing health financing stroke wage for recruiting new health workers. The other challenge is inadequate accommodation for health workers. They are appealing to the central government to provide for funds for construction of accommodation for health workers. The next is education department. Their core project is construction of a 2-classroom block at Kashaka Primary School, so in Mbarara sub-county. So far, no expenditure has been done because the project is still under the procurement process. The other core activity is construction of 2-classroom block at Akarungu Primary School in Rubindi Ruhumba Town Council. They plan to spend 84.3 million, so far 71.7 has been spent, and iron sheets have been replaced. Iron sheets have not replaced. The other one is construction of Ranyamahembe Seed Secondary School in Ranyamahembe Town Council. So far, it is ongoing, and this amount of money, 1.1 billion has been spent out of the 3 billion. The other core activity is construction of a nursing school, that is 1-classroom block with principal's office and a store at Wizwera, phase 1. So it's going to be done in a phased manner. And so far, 47.8 million has been spent on the project, and only phase 1 has been completed. The challenge they are facing as health department is inadequate funding to implement the planned projects as per the development plan. They recommend for increased funding from the central government and local revenue enhancement by the district. The other challenge is delay of replacement of iron sheets at the project for construction of a 2-classroom block at Akarungu Primary School. They are recommending that they terminate the contract and replace the iron sheet by a competent contractor. The other challenge they are facing is reduced IPF from Ministry of Finance. They are requesting the political leaders to lobby for more funding from the central government. The other challenge is lack of motorcycles for education staff. The district should plan and allocate funds to procure motorcycles. The other department is production. One of the activities is payment of salaries for their staff. Should be done monthly, and they've been doing it, and they are on track. The other project is monitoring production of value chain activities. Nothing has been done because funds have not yet been released from locally raised revenue. Office coordination and welfare and utilities payment, they are on track. They are saying NB other activities were not carried out because the department was not allocated funds in the first quarter. However, they have been allocated funds as supplementary budget that will be used during the remaining quarters, and that supplementary budget is yet to be approved by Ministry of Finance. However, they are facing the challenge of unpredictable weather patterns characterized by long dry spells and hailstorms. They are recommending for mitigation and adoption of technologies such as irrigation and agroforestry. The other challenge is emerging diseases and pests. They are recommending for plant clinics, and it should be given a priority in program interventions. The other challenge is continuous land fragmentation and small land holdings. They are appealing to farmers to invest in high return enterprises such as zero grazing, fruit growing, and fertilizer application. The next department is administration. Under payment of salaries, gratuity, and pension, this has been done for the 3 months. Supervision of government projects, it has been done for the 3 months. Transfers to lower local governments, this has been done. Electricity and water bills have been paid. Medical bills are being paid for the 3 months. Stationery, allowances, telecommunication has been done. Motor vehicle maintenance, purchase of newspapers, all that has been done. Maintenance of equipment is being done for all the 3 months. And basically, general welfare has been done under administration department. Then under finance department, their core activity is payment of salaries to all staff by 28th of every month on IFMI system. This has been done. The other one is facilitation to handle issues of budgeting and accounting with Ministry of Finance Planning and Economic Development, staff tea refreshment, attending workshops, procurement of fuel to carry on activities. This has been done. The other core activity is revenue management and collection through improving market structures, identifying other sources of revenues, and updating. Their target is 100%, but only 5% has been done. This is an underperformance. So their reason is that in the first quarter, the district has completed key activities to improve local revenue, including holding sensitization meetings and training of key stakeholders. Another one is introducing a new local revenue electronic system to help in assessment and collection. They also plan to purchase a laptop computer to help in the electronic revenue administration. The other one is budgeting and planning services and ensuring draft and final budget estimates and work plans are presented to the council. 7% of that has been done, and the reason is that the budgeting process has just started, so it is being implemented. Okay. The other activity is expenditure management services through monitoring of sub-counties to inspect books of accounts and closure. The reason is support, supervision, and monitoring of both technical and finance committee on the operation of LGs has been carried out. Another one is accounting services through preparation and submission of financial statements to Accountant General and Auditor General with set time frames, and also respond to issues raised by Auditor General. Most of the planned activities have been carried out, including preparation of annual financial statements, Board of Survey. Audit Department, one of their core activities is management of internal audit office and going, though they are saying there was a delay of processing for some invoices for Q1. The challenge they are facing under audit is inadequate funding, lack of transport means, lack of a laptop computer, and lack of seminars and workshops. The other one is private sector development. This is trade department. One of their core activities is training of Emyoga circles, and the trainings are ongoing. They planned for 36, they have so far done 10. The other one is financial literacy, and it hasn't been done yet. The other one is conducting AGMs for parish development circles. They have, and then the recommendation is to give financial assistance to businesses on reduced interest. High literacy levels in beneficiaries of government projects. They recommend increase on sensitization levels and awareness. The other challenge is constant budget cuts and then need for training. Statutory department has the following challenges. One of them is low emolument for political leaders, so they recommend for increased emoluments for political leaders. Another challenge is underfunding for statutory body activities, so they recommend for increased funding for their activities. They also lack a departmental vehicle. And then their other challenge is political influence, whereby some projects are interfered with. So they recommend that the politicians should be sensitized. This is the financial part of Q1, and local revenue performed at 17%. This is an underperformance because we are supposed to be at 25% as at end of Q1. The other one is discretionary transfers. It also kind of underperformed at 23%. Conditional transfers from central government, we performed well at 29%. Other government transfers performed at 20%, which is also an underperformance. And then donor funding is doing badly at 6% performance. But generally, in terms of our budget and the funds received, we have a 27% performance, which is above the target of 25%. That's the end of the Q1 performance. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, our senior planner, Connie. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And I think we are done with the morning sessions. But before we break off for tea, you will allow me to invite the chairperson LC5 to give his remarks, and then he's going to invite our honorable MP because they have a busy schedule. Then we shall continue with business later. Thank you.
Thank you, the MC, our honorable member of parliament, RDC, COW and the technical team, development partners present. In the interest of time, all protocol observed. I'm sorry I may not continue with you. As you are aware, Honorable Robert Rukari lost his parent, his father, and the burial is ongoing, so we have to go and mourn with the family. I want to thank the planner and the technical team for this draft budget, and I want to put a disclaimer that this is a technical draft budget. Then the political wing shall come in after you have put your input. So we haven't put a lot of enough input in this draft. Next time may be better. Whereas we appreciate the government for supporting us, but we as a district, we need to look for ways how can we support ourselves. This dependence syndrome really should stop. So my dear civil servants and other stakeholders, let us look at how we can enhance our revenue, support our projects. Because as you realize, all departments' indicative planning figures, they are always slashed every year in, every year out. So we need to look for ways and means on how we can support ourselves. We need to run our local governments as a business entity. Let us look at income generating activities that can generate some revenue for us. And even those in the field collecting revenue should really have mercy on us. They don't collect that revenue for their own use and leave the sub-counties and districts to suffer. I was shocked in one of the meetings that there is a parish chief, over which parish was that in the whole financial year, he did not collect any trading license from the entire parish. Can you imagine that in that parish, nobody paid revenue, paid trading license, but they are tradings, they are shops operating. So what does that mean? So this person was just collecting money for his own personal use and not remitting it to the ILAS. Then this ILAS thing has also brought more confusion. Our people are ignorant. Wakubagamba ngo hate bintu nebya hasimu omuntu bamubiha ngo eje nibabikora smartphone omukikuru wa isimu yayine nkabiriti kakuza kugikozesa tuma muyishukuru. So some of these sub-county chiefs, no, parish chiefs, have taken advantage of the ILAS to swindle government money. Babagira ngo esente nibazitasa mweji. So the innocent peasant deposits money on mobile money on the accounts of these government staff, employees. Ngo naza kuzibatera aha system obundi babura kuzita. So sub-county chiefs cow, please make sure you monitor closely how revenues are collected in these sub-counties and town councils. And we must put targets, output targets. You are seated in your office. Yes, 12 months, what have we achieved? Other than sitting and making those reports for accountability purposes. So our main focus now is on construction of the district headquarters, administration block. In another focus, under health, of course, we are still lobbying that health center 4 can be upgraded to a district hospital. In that spirit, Council Yitwage came with an idea of a health training institute. Kugira ngo naebe gubo muhanda ogokurobinga kugambira government, already we even have this. But unfortunately, that idea is being sabotaged. I looked at recently, a development partner came, he picked interest in the whole idea, but he asked me, do you have the structured development plan such that we can give you money? The plan was not there. Because the people who are supposed to put these things in place, they are really not interested. And this is unfortunate. Whether the program has been initiated by a person who you don't like, but first look at the program. Is it of any impact? Let me have the second microphone. take this microphone to the DHO and tell us some of the good things that health institute can bring to the district and the bad ones as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The institute is very good. However, it has been and it is for a long time outside of the 5-year development plan from the Mother Ministry, Ministry of Health. The strategic direction has been to develop health infrastructure. And the ministry has committed lots of money to upgrade health center 2s to 3, health center 3s to 4, health center 4s to general hospitals. And that plan is still running up until the end of financial year 2023-2024. So having no support in that view from the Mother Ministry, the construction of a training institute has been outside of the 5-year development plan. So a lot of effort has been put, just like you have observed rightly, that now in Mbarara district we are going to upgrade the Rubindi Health Center.
Thank you so much. No, of course we are not interfering with the plan of the ministry, but having that plan, can that plan stop the district as a planning entity to also have its own training institute? Does that plan, the health ministry plan, directs that no health institute should be put in place?
Bwana Chairman, the person of the DHO, Dr. Sebutinde Peter, has not stood in the way of the institute. Actually, training institutes are in the docket of Ministry of Education, and therefore,
under the guidance,
the responsible head of department is the education.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So education does its part, but in liaison with health department, because these are two ministries that you cannot separate in this whole program. Education, DEO. DEO, imwe mwahikahi na nenteka ikanso yizire nayo. What have you put in place as education department?
Thank you, Chair. For us as education, we are budgeting for the funds we receive, that is considering IPPFs. So as per now, we don't have any fund that is allocated for the institute.
Even funds for making a plan requires a lot of budgeting. This is about 2 million. So your ministry, the department has not received 2 million for the last 3 years.
Thank you, Chair. But at least, Chair, we have something on ground that we base on. And
The institute is in our 5-year development plan. So it is not outside the mandate of the district as far as planning is concerned. As you rightly mentioned, the district is a planning authority, and it is a training institutes are part of the human capital program, which is being implemented and which we have adopted. So far, we have completed phase 1 of the first classroom block. The only challenge, Mr. Chair, was that the political leadership expected the project to begin immediately before we had done on the preliminaries. For any work to be done, Mr. Chair, especially developing the architectural designs, the structural designs, and the master plans, That work is done by consultants who have to be paid. However, we have reserved some money for this financial year to first work on those preliminaries that we should have worked on first. So as we budget for the next financial year, you have to be aware that we need to work on these preliminaries first before any other further steps can be taken.
Thank you, sir.
So I want to assure you that we're going to have a master plan and to have the architectural and structural designs for all of the facilities that we're going to work on. I thank you.
At least for you have given us hope. Yeah? You can imagine someone declaring that this is not possible because the Ministry of Health does not allow. Please, excuse us. At least for you have given us hope. And I can assure you, we are going to implement this project. Because everybody, whenever I go to, whatever office I go to, and tell them about the idea, they welcome it. But I have no documents present. So I now direct, please, Cow, let the structural plans for that health institute be developed, and I'm giving you only 4 months. You see, work it out with finance, because just 2 million. If you fail to get it, you come to me, I will give it to you. But I've directed, sir. So, then sub-counties, nimwe mugende muteekateeka abintu ebiratuleetera akasente. Nkagamba ha Butare bw'Ente, Nyiziraha, Rubaya, Bubare, Rwanyamahembe, tinkarebereho nangwa na Kentama. Hati turakore policies rero tugaruke tubiruka ha mugiri nk'abana bato. Please, mutuyambe nitwe tubayambe. Itaka lya Rubayera, sub-county chief Rubaye. Where is she? Okay. We have secured a land title for Akashushano land. And sub-county yanyu na yikikiriza ngo hazeho ekikomera kindi. Hate kibazo bire nengi. Murinzire Yesu ko araryo mu iguru mugende mukorari yeco bakambaye. Rwanyamahembe have moved a step. Arahi Rwanyamahembe. Rwanyamahembe tiyajwekera. Nkengamba ya hati. So Rwanyamahembe bo binahi bashikiri. Kunka kandi amabaraha numba pushinga here and there. Irokoze hariya nyenja kandi tuzakwisha. So kawo bangwizemo. DVO aza yakora assessment arebe berukwetengwa abagambere babiteho tugiro Butare bw'Ente abarisa bitu bakatunga akasente. Tuant promoting a PDM kandi twakwenda Butare obwe bintu ebyo biragurizibwemo. So ekikutuzibira kukozesa force account niki omubuntu obw'ubuki hata marungu amabati gakarungu primary school rero nago tuze kuronda contractor tuze kutuma mahurire nga miliyoni nk'ibiri kanshi tumwe nabo babo selective manya whatever. So please mugezeho abantu babategereza obuhereza kandi sente government yazutereza mureke tuzikozese omubwira kunkana gwe tu encouraging force account ndebera babukiro no bagishaba kuombeka offices zabo kandi cyabane kibasika bajibahereza abo kwa contractors ebizube byabo ne bingi bine mishoro bine amagoba na nebindi. But on a good note, I have been to Ministry of Local Government and they have promised us to give us some 50 million for about 2 sub-counties, that is Rubindi and Bushiro. But I am lobbying for more Hajirezija na nezindi town councils nazo zibaze kuza assist lineage. We have 2 graders as real mechanical workshop. So I'm sharing a district engineer. At least mureke turonde sente to repair inje hemu. Kandi zaba ziri cyaba kiri very costly. you rather dispose of one erikube kuzire munonga, you use that money to repair erikubera hachiriho. So our works ekintu ekyo mukiteeke nk'enshonga nkuru aboko hatwine grade emwe emirimo ni mingi abantu bindi bine sente ezo mwaka oguhwire tibine grade rwanya mahembe ekabanza yayeteeka mu confusion nangwa yatusisira n'obwire eguto zabo tizikahwire tuyine oruguto rwito rwa za district Bwizibwera Mabera is in a very sorry state. So it is really very necessary that we get a second grader to enable us work on our roads. Yes, hati nkabutu ine Bwizibwera ntubasa kuplaninga imwe aba plana ntubasa kuplaninga kugumana tuteka hebintu ebiturapangise bitari byo kuguza tinkwenda kuguza ko mu regime yanje niyenda at least okupangisa mwayombekaho nka petrol station shed then shere kije kapangise kagumane hereza district revenue hato muntu kare naje basa kujombeka ngo no bamu ito district ntoremwa kuombeka ekiju cyo tukatimbe kina kandi obwe twine nebyoma manye byo kutimbe ekyo so nacho mukiteka tekyo tugire ezo infrastructure zezo twataho then abantu bakija bakazipangisa abo kubimwe tumukaguza amashita mukagabasa bakazipangisa tukaguma ntutunga income buri kwezi ekazo muntu asayito ya district ndukwenda kuhendera nyenda of course nabara twatandikira habatakozerege konkani nyenda kusima abakozerege numwe bari abuntagambo habingi mugeragerezeho District Service Commission yenda kugisima aho kuba ranking jero mu region kaberi kino ba scoringa number 1 abe kitongore echa code kandi ndeba no bagezaho of course abantu ho bantu bagamba political interference kunkati nkuhamya ngo niye kibano bamanyise hazejo yimukweta political interference no bageta political intervention hatimo kumukuba numuringurizayo ahabwenje mutakugeta technical interference you kawo kokuba no ragire nebi why don't you call that one technical interference and when I direct otherwise you call it political interference or when a counselor suggests something that is political interference no that is political intervention ntitega kutahamu twarebe bintu bitakugiraki bitakugendaje nambwe no mukisimureho mutache mu reporter ija desk yanje eyituraganira mu deck ekigambo political interference chana mwamwine evidence that someone interfered here and politically project yaf so your political interference really should be struck off record. Then na paka ni mwebare land board barahi land board nkanenda kubasima konka mukangabire itaka bubare riri twasharize mwiryo mugende mutaragaruka kukura inshobejo nyo nimbanuka nibyo byanje ibi munsasire imwe nangwe imwe nimba manyo bururo bwanyu bugumira itungo muri imwe nana nimbanuka tinkwera ricerragarura konka nimba ninyenda ngo tukore ibintu bishire abantu bagire ngo rujimweji kisange cy'emyaka eji at least ine mpinduke biro ntubatara kubanga. Thank you very much. When it comes to our parish barazas ziriyo nizafutandika yenda kusima ba production at least by being facilitation ibariyo baronda tukora activities when heads of departments imo babire no bashaninga parish barazas izi na nimbasha bango mu route yaza kurataho echo muchetise abuko hariho department ye yashazire mu kusinduko mujwekerwa all through kugira ngo head of department obar free obatari free takubasa kuzayo so next time at least wabo tajireyo kawa bena amanya enshonga mpango yakoremesa kuzayo ejo na activity mpango eyitwenda ngo tu accountingira abantu bitu ebi government bakorire so na niwe head of department oze yorebe abakozi bawabo ko hansi bariyo bakore mirimo yawo nkoko kugenda so mwe bari munonga kandi ari mu gishogo kweta member wa parliament okwijana bakagambaho nitwe.
Thank you, District Chairperson, RDC, Bwana Kao, all the political leadership in the House, our technical staff present. I have not had a chance to see everybody, but stakeholders, all people who have stake in this district. There are some new people that I have seen that have never met me. So if I introduce myself, I will not be wrong. Basil Bataringaya is my name. I'm a member of parliament for Kashari North in this district of Mbarara. I'm glad to have been invited for this budget conference. I would have wished to be here for a very long time, but you know, sometimes fate intervenes and causes issues. I will start on a very positive note. One, I want to thank all the district leadership, political and technical, because across the country, we are still rated very highly, which means all of us jointly are doing our job very well. So I want to thank you very much on a positive note. I have scanned through the budget framework paper and picked a few issues. However, before I comment on those issues, I want to make general remarks. One, we are, I will call it in quotes, a new district, but all of you know that we are the parent district. And a parent, including our parents, they have assets. If they decide to share with their children, yes, they do. But the parent may decide to withhold his assets. So, you who are in charge of these assets of the parent, please guard them jealously. Let's guard those assets very jealously. We retain these assets by virtue of being the parents. And nobody should confuse us. And Mr. Chairman, luckily enough, you are on the national local government structure. Please engage the other people also, that the parent is a parent. And you don't say, because you paid school fees and I studied and became very educated, Rwankwene is no longer my parent. No, he is. And therefore, his land is his. He can decide to give me some, but the land is his. So I hope you've picked my message. Our assets are our assets, and it is enshrined in the Local Government Act. We are body corporate, we own assets. I want to make a comment about the land board, because the chair talked about it. I would like the district land board to devise methodologies, maybe the district administration, methodologies of making it as easy as possible for every citizen, where possible, to get a land title. Why? Because once the citizens have land titles, they have tools of trade tools that they can use to get money and enhance the revenue within the district. But also on the other side, the district earns money through processing of titles, land premium, and if we don't give freehold titles, we also earn annual ground rent. Therefore, increase on the budget of the district land board and encourage them to work with the sub-county land, area land committees to encourage people and talk about it and shorten the process of getting these land titles so that people have their own and they can use it to trade and generate revenue for the district in the long run. This year's budget conference, and I think this is a national theme, full monetization of Uganda's economy. Full monetization of Uganda's economy. It is in this book. Through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, market access. Let us not read these words for the sake of reading them. What does each of these mean? When we talk about commercial agriculture, when you walk out, where is it? Yes, where is their commercial agriculture? So if it is absent, what do we need to do with the political leaders and the technical people? When we talk about industrialization, we have an industrial hub that is in development. Is it taking shape? So I want us to read these words or these phrases within the theme and interpret them so that we do not just write a budget framework paper, sit here, have an allowance, and then we go, and then next year we come back, sometimes by just changing the way these words are arranged. District is led by two major teams: a political leadership and a technical leadership. There is no way a district will develop without these two working in tandem. And therefore, in simple terms, what do we call it? Teamwork. There is no way we can develop our district without teamwork between, one, the political leaders at all levels on one part, and then the political leaders the technical leaders at all levels, and then the two together. Right, pointing out here. You put your eyes there and then somebody says you are interfering. For example, hand over this second microphone to the person in charge of the water department, because I want to ask pertinent questions. I have been a district councillor for 5 years. Now I'm an MP for close to 3 years. In my term of serving this district, that is about 8 years. The district chairperson here may be having like 15 years or something. Each year, we receive, I think, more than 500 million for development of water in the district. Mr. Chairman, you remember there is a time we sat in Mbarara on radio, was it in digital or something? One of those radios. And we were like accounting to the public. I would like, Mr. Chairman, whether it means contributions from us as MPs, we contribute and keep quarterly, or at worst, half yearly. We account to the public what we, political leaders, have lobbied and brought to the kitchen. And then the technical leaders explain to us how they have cooked and served this food. 500 million plus per year. So if you count my years of the 8 years I've talked about, that is 8 billion, no, 4 billion in Mbarara district. Unfortunately, the other time we also had the municipality and Rwampara. But if we talk about the 3 years now, we are talking about 1.5 billion shillings. When you go on social media, you see different pictures painted. I wish, and maybe let me request the chairman to direct, because me, I don't have authority to direct. No, I don't have the authority to direct. I can guide the chairman to direct. Please let us have a stock of the boreholes, for example. Okay? Every year we cite boreholes, citing places where we are going to drill. Then later we come and drill. Are we drilling them, or we cite and keep quiet? So if we do this, and I've used water as an example, so don't think that I am targeting a water person. No, I'm going to ask the question. I'm now talking, I'm going to give the question. But the intention is to say, if we have said 3 boreholes in Nyabisirira Town Council. Nyabisirira Town Council has been in existence. So when we go there and do stock, how many boreholes are in Nyabisirira Town Council, and how many are those that have been, we should be having details. Not just said 5 boreholes repaired. Where? Because there is where I am spending my money, cash, from my own pocket, to repair boreholes. Roads. In the works department, I think. We've been having challenges in the road sector, and you know, people mix up roads. The Burunji Bwansi, the community access road, the government road, and so, but you don't blame the citizens. If a road is good, they will not comment. They will appreciate. Once the roads are not good, when RDC, then the citizen will come up with all his teeth to bite anybody in the sector of roads. So I would like to say, when we went to Parliament, we found roads as one of the nagging issues. We already have Uganda Road Fund, which gives us money. We already have UNRA, which is doing some national roads. Then we have those which we are getting money from Road Fund as a district, and then some money we pass on to districts. But we found it was not enough. And yet, the programs all that we are proposing as government need very good road networks in order for people to market their products. So what did we do? we went for we did not consider any statistics. We only said each district, each local, I think a district, city, and I think municipalities, all of them to get 1 billion shillings. Now it is
the Arctic vaccine, which will soon be out for production by NARO and for access by our farmers. The setting up of demonstrations, I see you've really budgeted for setting up of demonstrations. Please allow us give a contribution, be it technical or in terms of the technologies, such that what you demonstrate should be of the most recent, the most appropriate technologies that would be of great importance. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry that I've done this at the expense of wasting some of your time, since time has not been on our side, but I thought before I leave this conference, I should have said a word. I want to thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Kirunda from NARO, and I think the information that you've given us is very important for the development of Mbarara district. At this moment, I want to recognize the presence of our beloved Deputy RDC, who is with us in the house. You're most welcome. Then we have a representative for the DPC. He's with us, Mr. Omara. I saw him around. Okay, he's around, but. So we are going now to embark on our program, and I think it's already 1:30, so you can see. But let me take this opportunity now to invite the presenter who was supposed to be for after break to come in for after lunch now. Engineer, come and make your presentation, please. Thank you. The other announcement, abantu barikumanya ngu ya parking motoka ya heru aborugudo bariyo bakurukora. Those who have parked their vehicles on the roadside, there is construction going on. Kindly go and remove your vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremonies, the guest of honor, Mr. RDC, the members of Parliament, the district chairperson in absentia, political leaders, the technical leaders present, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Engineer Mwebazi Emmanuel. I'm the district engineer Mbarara, and I'm representing the integrated transport infrastructure and services sector. There's an integration of that department for purposes of reporting. I'll begin maybe specific. This is for the financial year that is coming. Not already, colleagues have presented the performance, and this is for what is coming. I also need to emphasize, this is based on the IPFs that we're operating. We have not increased. I think Keith has already indicated the figure that we are using. Straight away, the activities that are being planned, cleaning of offices, we are 30 million. Continue. We are planning for district and urban access roads, which is 106 million. And we are planning to do the district urban access roads, that is road maintenance. That is mechanized road maintenance, 260 million. As the Honorable Member of Parliament was indicating, they lobbied 1 billion, and that is indicated that we assume it will carry on in the next financial year. So we're also planning periodic maintenance of the roads at 516 million, then mechanized at 100 million, then construction and supply and installation of culverts, 80 million, then Staff salaries for all work staff, 294 million. And then office operation activities, which is 5% of the indicative figure, which is 40 million. Water is going to be presented under natural resources, right? Then there is ICT, because ICT is part of the plan. The digital transformation, please. I could read here, under the digital transformation, internet subscription fees, which is planned for 7.3 million. IFMS maintenance, which is 47.143 million. It's in our books. Then also maintenance of the ICT at 4 million. Total, 58.573 million. Then digital, under digital again, transfer. Expansion of internet, education, in natural resources and CBS department, 20 million. Development of ICT solutions to digitize business processes in all departments, 50 million. We are planning ICT training and sensitization at 5 million. Expansion of ICT infrastructure and internet services to all lower local governments and health centers and schools, 500 million. ICT equipment maintenance and support, 20 million. Establishment of an information access center, 20 million. Establishment of information access center, I've mentioned that. Establishment of business and ICT, that's 110 million. Increase the number of ICT equipment, 20 million, and implementation of the production of a management information system, which is 10 million. Total 755 million. Then the next is to do with financial management and accountability, which is 276 million. And then this is expansion and financing beyond financial management system, 25 million. And these are all in ICT. In a financial management system, 20 million, and travel inland, 13.12. That is so far in that transport and integrated infrastructure under ICT. So this is the plan. The specific areas of investment will be identified as we go on. As the chair has indicated, we shall have to engage other stakeholders, the politicians, but to plan within those indicated figures. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Engineer, for being brief and to the point. And I wish other presenters could take it on like that, because we are running short of time. Now let me invite the District Natural Resources Officer to take us through the next presentation.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. I'm Message Joseph, the Senior Environment Officer, and I'm going to take you through the Natural Resources Department. Natural Resources Department, I want you to go through to the table. We are going to begin with the activities, because our salary, we have not indicated it there, but the salary for natural sources specifically is about 340 million. When you add the 61 million for water, you can get the answer. So we are going to begin with the restoration of wetlands in the district. And our target for this financial year, for the coming financial year, we are targeting the four sub-counties, three sub-counties, that is Kagonji, Rwindi, and Bubare. And the area which we think we are going to work on, we think to cover 20 hectares. And it is projected to that much. Then the next activity will be compliance and monitoring and enforcement. And we are planning to have about 12 inspections and compliance exercises, and it is projected to that much from conditional grant and unconditional grant. The next activity, we are going to have sensitization meetings for community-based wetland action plans, and the cost is 3 million. The next activity, we are going to purchase seeds and for the tree nursery, and the cost is 1.5 million from local revenue and 1 million from conditional grant. The other activity will be raising of seedlings, and the cost is 2 million from local revenue and 1 million from conditional grant. Tree planting and afforestation, we are projecting to, the activity is projected to cost 279,000 as a conditional grant and 500,000 as local revenue. Training in forestry management, we are projecting to, that activity is projected to cost 1 million from local revenue and 301,000 from conditional grant. Inspection and monitoring of forestry activities, the cost will be 1 million from local revenue and 3 million from conditional grant. Then we go to physical planning. As an activity, the meetings will cost 3 million from local revenue. Inspections from physical planning, it will cost 2 million from local revenue. Then when we go to lands department or section, the operations of that office will cost 2 million from local revenue. Surveying of the district land will cost 2 million from local revenue. Next. We have utilities for lands department. The cost is 1 million, again from local revenue. Titling of lands for the district, which we are considering to have one title at a cost of 3 million from local revenue. Then monitoring of all natural sources activities for the sector committee, that activity is going to cost 1.3 million. 800 million local revenue and 500 million from unconditional grant for the political leadership. Then staff T and for the land department, it will cost that much. We have inspections of all district and lower local government lands at a cost of 2 million. Footage for natural sources at a cost of 2.9 and conditional and 700 local revenue. Natural sources office compliance monitoring for the projects, that is at 1 million as local revenue. The water bills, you can see the electricity bills, they are projected at that cost. The internet services, we have included internet services because we have that shortfall, but we have planned it now. Stationary at that much for natural sources and the forestry department. So for the three sections, natural resources, forestry, and lands and physical planning, it is projected to cost 51 million. Let's continue. The unfunded priorities, we are planning to procure a vehicle, and the projection is 200 million. Retouring of natural resources office, furniture, computers, internet, photocopying, and the high resolution camera at 10 million. Provision of alternative sources of income for wetland degraders, we are projecting to cost 100 million as an unfunded priority. Funding of massive tree planting and maintenance at 30 million. We also think to have standby facilitation for routine monitoring and enforcement for compliance of wetlands and riverbank laws and regulations at a cost of 20 million. I thank you. Let's go to water as a department. This department used to be in works, but it has been taken back to their mother ministry. So underwater, we are going to look at the staff salaries, as I've said, that it will cost that much. The activities, stakeholder coordination meetings, the projection is 2.4 million. Intra-district meetings, 2.5 million. O&M of motorcycles, 4.4 million. Consultations and work plans and quarterly reports, 3.3 million. Servicing of computers and photocopier, 4 million. General administrative costs, 2.4 million. Under the strengthening enforcement capacity for improved compliance levels, we are advocating for meetings at district level, and the projection is 6.1 million. Sensitization of communities on critical requirements, 2 million. Establishment of water user committees, the cost is 2 million also. Let's continue. Training of water user committees, 2 million. Sanitation baseline survey, 1 million. Post-construction support, that one is projected also for 2 million. HIV mainstreaming, 2 million. Next. Under functional gender services, we are going to launch and commission of water projects, and the projection is 2 million. Water and sanitation events, like the World Water Day, 3 million. Environmental impact assessment for those projects, specifically 4 million. Construction supervision during and after for those same projects, 8 million. Water and electric bills, 1.4 million. Then under the natural water bodies maintenance and restoration, we are going to look at drilling and installation of deep hand pump boreholes, and the cost is 15 million for the 512 for all those sites. In Kagonji 1, Kashari we shall have 2, Rubaya 2, and Vare and Buchuro 1 respectively. Then siting and supervision of hand pump a little bit. Under sensitization, we are going to have the water quality testing for new water sources, especially in Kagonjiru, Anyamhembe, Kashari, and Ruwindi, and Rubaya. And the cost is 4 million. Maintaining natural source water bodies and reservoir to enhance water storage capacity. Under that, we have monitoring supervision visits for those particular areas or sites. The cost is 21 million. Then also construction of extension. Go up. Yes. Construction and extension of Kanyigiri solar powered water supply system in Muchoro sub-county. The cost will be 278 million. And environmental impact assessment and social safeguards for all the projects underwater will cost 18 million. Unfunded priorities, the construction of Chabiranga solar powered water supply system in Muchoro Town Council, the cost is 484 million, 87 million, and also rehabilitation of Kamuchwa gravity flow scheme projected to cost 145 million. Next, I thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Joseph, for taking us through that item. And I wish we could be so brief and to the point like what the presenters are doing so that we can, be on time. Now, I will invite the District Education Officer to give his presentation.
Thank you, our programs manager, our RDC, COW, protocol observed. I also take the honor to present to you about human capital development. We shall begin with health. So, health, we have these are the activities, the integrated support supervision. It will cost 1.247 millions. That is for PHC. Then mentorship and coaching in family planning. It will also cost 2.958 millions. Then capacity building, that is trainings on essential material to the newborn care guidelines. It will also, it is off-budgeted support by IPS. Performance review meetings, they are also off budget. Then stockholders coordination meeting, so it's also not budgeted. Then quarterly data cleaning, analysis and reporting, it is also off budget. Then we continue with mass lasting insecticides, nets. That is, they will be supplied by the Ministry of Health, National Malaria Control Programs. Then unfunded programs, that is initiation, sanitation improvement, that will be ODF communities, stroke villages, and it will cost 50 millions case. Yes, it will cost 50 millions. Then medical care, liquid and solid waste management, it will also cost 80 millions. Then provision of information and sexual product. Yes. Yeah, provision of information and sexual reproductive health and rights. That one will also cost 20 millions. I think that one will total to something like 5.something billions. Then when we go to health, to education, as also under human capital development, the activities we shall have a construction of a staff house at Chivari 1 Primary School in Muchoro Sub-County that is estimated to cost 79 million point something millions. Then a construction of a staff house, I think that was a repetition, at Katajenjela Primary School in Kagonji. It will also cost the same price. Yeah, the construction of a city school, it is ongoing. So we are also we received also IPPF equivalent to 587 millions under e-gift. Then retention for Kashaka, for construction of Kashaka, Mbarara, which is 4,721,000 something. Then monitoring and social monitoring and inspection of projects. Those are all projects. I mean physical projects. It will cost 8.9 millions. Then environmental and social screening will also cost 5.34 millions. Then we have conducting co-curricular activities in all 84 government schools. We receive 30 millions from the government, that is conditional, and 21 millions from the local revenue. Then maintenance of Kacheka Stadium, it also projected at 2 millions. Then monitoring and supervision of primary, secondary and tertiary education institutions, that one was estimated at 46.36 millions. And the source is the central government or central grant. Then we also have UP capitation grants for our 84 schools, which is at 788.3 something millions. Then we have USE for our 7 secondary schools, 704 millions. Then paying of our primary, I think that is teachers' salaries. Paying primary teachers' salaries. It is also at a cost of 6.132 billions. It is also from the central government. Then paying secondary teachers. It is also at 4.37 billions. Then paying tertiary institutions, instructors and non-teaching staffs. It is also at 695 millions. Then paying DO's office staff salaries, that is 113.36 millions. Then conducting office operations, that is we have activities like break tea, stationaries and that and so on. So we are expecting 2.5 millions from the central government and 11 from the local revenues. Then conducting PLOE, it is also estimated at 23.281 millions from the government and 5 millions from the local revenue. That one carries a big percentage to our budget draft, which is almost 14.09 billions, almost half of the budget. Then when we go to the community, unfunded projects, we have procurement of 4 motorcycles for education departments, that is staff, at 64 millions. Then we are also having a proposal to have e-learning centers at the sub-county levels, that is NITA, which is also costed at 5 billion. Then you also have a fencing of a perimeter wall, that is Kacheka, which is also estimated at 3 billion. Then we have lack of supportive devices for special needs. It is also projected at 20 million. Then community-based, this one is, we are beginning with community mobilization and empowerment. Activity number 1 is integrate community learning for wealth creation. It is estimated at 4.639 millions. Then facilitation of community development workers, that is also at 3.324 millions. Then operation of community-based services department, 206 millions. Then another output, renovation and equip rehabilitated regional rural training centers, that is estimated at 11 point something millions. Then we have strengthening institutional support. Case activity is women council activities, estimated at 81.651 millions. Then social rehabilitation services, that is at 2.44 millions. Then disabled and elderly council activities at 10.64 millions. Then lastly, on youth council services at 4.457 millions. Then children and youth services at 10.535 millions. Then civil education and mindset change. You can move up first. Yeah, that one is civil education and mindset change. We have gender mainstreaming activities, which is 4.44 million. Then we have labor disputes settlement, that is 1.440785 millions. Then work-based inspections, that is 2 millions. So I think that is what I had to present to you. I remain Deo Mwezi, the Senior Education Officer.
Yeah, thank you, Bwana Deo, who is in for the DO for that presentation. Hello? But before we go on, when they were reading on the health part, you saw an implementing partner that was taking part in, supporting us, and I wish to recognize a representative from JAPEGO, Madam Binomugisha Beatrice, who is the program coordinator. Kindly stand up for recognition. And thank you for the support that you're giving Mbarara District local government. Next on the agenda, we are going to have the Senior Fisheries Officer or a representative to come and give a presentation.
Thank you very much, Programs Manager. Senior Fisheries Officer is not present, and in his stead is Vermin Control Officer. My name is Ahimbisiwe Kasigiri Nicholas. I'm here to present for production. Our RDC, cow, and ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. We are looking at the program priorities for 24-25 in the Department of Production. The first one is payment of salaries for extension staff and production headquarters staff, budgeted at 1.07 billion. Next, we have data collection on farm production of different enterprises on a seasonal basis, budgeted at 9,200,000. Then we have backstopping of agriculture extension services in modern production and PDM implementations at 40 million. Then we have conducting planning, review, and farm advisory workshops, budgeted at 80 million. And office coordination, management, and equipment maintenance, budgeted at 21.5 million. And we have supervision, monitoring, and mobilization of masses and stakeholders in PDM interventions, budgeted at 16 million. We have livestock vaccination and disease control, budgeted at 9.6 million. Number of animals by type undertaken in the slaughter slabs inspection at 2 million. Next, we have participation in National Agricultural Show in Jinja, budgeted at 10 million. Then procurement of 2 motorcycles, budgeted at 26 million. Then we have construction of slaughter centers, budgeted at 15 million. Setting up of 2 aquaculture demonstration farms, we call them demos, 17 million. And we have monitoring of departmental extension activities by political leaders and administration. That will be consuming about 10 million. Then we have support to parish development model at parish level, budgeted at 46.02 million. Next is, please go on. Support to agriculture extension staff at 171 million. Then we go to establishment of irrigation demos at 231 million. Then we have communities and leaders sensitization at 77 million. Then we shall have demonstrations on fertilizer application in various enterprises at 110 million. We shall have training of farmer groups on farm fish feed production at 55 million. Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, the fisheries officer. Now we are moving on. I think we are remaining with one presenter so that we can move on to lunchtime. Now I'm going to request the CFO. Oh. Okay, we were sorting out a few things, but we are set. Let me invite our Deputy Cow to take us through the next item. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana MC. Once again, protocol is observed. I'm beginning with administration. You proceed. And I'm going to be speedy as you are aware that time is not our ally. So those are activities that are going to be undertaken under administration, monitoring, supervision, and dissemination of information to the public government projects, and it is going to cost 53M. Then a facilitation of general office operations, which is 431.7 million. Then payment of staff salaries, proceed. Salaries, pensions, and gratuity, payroll, printing, and the rest,
4.2 billion. Then a procurement of vehicle for monitoring, that is unfunded project. And we are planning that if we can get any donor, we are planning to have it at that. Then another unfunded project is construction of offices for 46 parishes. As you are aware that parishes have no headquarters, so we have this one in our plan, but it is not funded, and we are planning to spend on it 4.6. Proceed. Then under statutory bodies, local council administration services at a cost of 647.7 million. Then local government procurement management services, 31.9. Then under governance and security, local government staff recruitment services, 59 million. Proceed. Then under policy and registration, we have local government land management services at 26.1 million. Then local government financial accountability at 14.7 million. And then local government political and executive oversight at 74.8 million. Proceed. Standing committee services at 27.6. And we also have the following unfunded priorities: capacity building at 30, then procurement of vehicle for monitoring at 200, political monitoring at 24 million, facilitation of park activities to make it more functional, 24 million. Then under internal audit, we have payment of staff salaries at 46.9 million. Then procurement of stationery, computer supplies and the rest at 3 million. Audit department, auditing sub-counties, town councils, health centers, and other institutions as you can see them at 17 million. Then payment of footage, allowances, and welfare at 1.5 million, making a total of 46.4 million. Under audit, there are a number of unfunded priorities, and they include cash management, ledger accounts at 3 million, payroll and human resource management at 3 million, financial reporting management and compliance at 6 million, special audit, assignments, investigations at 8 million, making a total of unfunded projects of 20 million. So, including. Then under planning, we have administrative capital at 8.7. Then district planning at 6 million. We also have management of the district planning office at 82.6 million. Then monitoring and evaluation of sector plans at 17.2 million. Operational planning at 20 million. Proceed. Local government planning services at 17.7. Proceed. Statistical data collection at 500 shillings. Is it 500 or 50? Okay. So those are some of the activities to be done under planning, and that's what I had for this sector. I thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Bwana Kao, for the presentation. And I think we've had the main presenters, but as you saw, as per our invitations, we also have implementing partners that would want to say something. And I'm now going to be so strict on them I'm giving them only 5 minutes for the brief presentations. We shall have 2 of them, then we break off for lunch. One is Kicks, the one presenting for Kanama. Can you kindly come forward and have your presentation?
Thank you, MC. All protocol observed because of time. My name is Edmund Ahabwe, and I work as a program manager for Kicks. Kicks is Kanama Interactive Community Support, and I'll briefly run through. Registered as a charity organization with the Uganda Registration Service Bureau, but at the district level, we are registered as CBO, and that's our registration number with Mbarara District Local Government. Currently, we are headquarters are in Rutoma Cell, Rutoma Wizwera Town Council. We've just moved there from Kanama Village, which is in Mitozo Parish in Kashare Sub-County. So our area of operation is in Kashare Sub-County and Rubindi Sub-Counties, and we hope next year we'll be taking on another sub-county. So in summary of what we do is basically poverty reduction in communities. And the target group, we work with the poor and vulnerable communities, especially women. So far, we have invested up to 1.5 billion shillings in communities, and our average annual budget, this is for activities annually, is about 400 million. Can we move? So what do we do? Or what are we planning to do? So we have community-based services. These are our programs. Under community-based services, we do adult literacy classes, we do livelihood training classes, we do village savings and loan association groups, but we also have water and sanitation, water hygiene and sanitation for households. So what have we managed to do so far? And what we continue to do? All these programs I'm talking about, we hope to continue doing them, funds allowing. So we have 600 women graduates so far from the adult learning classes. And these do 2 years of instruction. And at the end of the day, after graduation, we award them certificates. So currently we have 8 ongoing classes, and we are talking about 240 learners in ongoing classes. We have 16 functional VSLA groups. We are talking about poor women in groups, and they have so far saved 100 million shillings in savings. We have 40 household water harvesting tanks that we have so far constructed, and we have 20 household VIP latrines constructed. Again, these are for very poor households. Yeah, and then of course, all these households are trained in hand hygiene and tippy-tap installation using locally available resources. Let's move to production. Under production, we have agriculture, training and extension services, but we also offer them microcredit support for income generation enterprises after a serious business training program. So what are we doing? So far we have 400 women trained in smart agriculture. We have 5 farmer-led agribusiness platforms formed, and these are in Kashare, and these ones come, each farmer-led agribusiness platform comes with one aggregation center. What we are doing is to emphasize that they jointly, collectively bring together their harvests and sell together as a team so that they cannot be cheated in the marketplaces. We have 6 demonstration sites in Kashare. We have 4 parish agribusiness trainers. These are extension staff that we have equipped in Kashare, and they are doing all the training. We have, of course, distributed over 3,000 kilograms of biofortified seeds, and we are trying to champion enterprises that bring in a lot of money in a quicker way, but also farmed on a small plot of land. And that's what we are doing with onions and carrots. Of course, beans, millet, and maize, we are giving them improved varieties. So we have over 2,000 micro businesses supported with microcredit. What happens is that after a series of training, the women put together business plans, and we assess the business plans and support those business plans that are feasible and can generate income. And so far we have disbursed over 2,474 loans to a value of 711 million shillings. Under education, we do child sponsorships because again, with the very vulnerable communities, you would expect that there will be some orphans, those who are not going to school, who cannot afford school fees. So we are also doing in-service teacher training. And what are we doing here? We are trying to champion learner-centered teaching methods in primary schools. And then also we have also a little bit component of WASH in schools, where we go and do menstrual hygiene management trainings and also realize that the hygiene sanitation of the girls is not very good, and we provide them with VIP latrines just to give them privacy when they are changing their sanitary pads. So what are we doing? What are the achievements? We have a student at BSU currently who is doing nursing from a very poor background. We have a student who have graduated from NTC Kabale. We have 3 students in year 2 at Kachika Technical School. We have 4 students in secondary school at Nombe Secondary School. We have 42 children we are sponsoring currently in primary schools. We have 4 public schools have received refresher trainings for teachers. And then we are planning, we have recently just received a grant to roll out this teacher training in all 16 schools in Kashare, and we're talking about government schools. This is retooling, refresher, training and capacity building for teachers so that we can have a high completion rate, but also see a lot of children, more children getting grade 1s in Kashare sub-county. So far we have constructed 3 stands VIP latrines in 6 primary schools in Kashare, and this year we will be doing more 6 facilities. We have renovated 14 stances at Rivale 1 primary school. We hold menstrual hygiene management trainings and also, to break menstruation stigma from rural primary school, especially the poor ones, who, for your information, you will be shocked that they are chased away from school when they start their menstruation. So you can imagine a child missing 4 or 5 days not going to school, and sometimes they miss exams just because they are undergoing a normal, menstruation period. So we hold menstrual hygiene trainings, and we have distributed over 600 reusable pads in primary schools. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. We hope, funds allowing, we are going to continue to do these activities and even scale to other sub-counties. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Kanama, or what is normally called as Kicks, for the brief presentation. This time you allow me to invite Mbadifa. Strictly, I'm giving you people 5 minutes now. Mbadifa. I know our sugar levels are getting a bit low, but we are giving ourselves less than 10 minutes so that we go for lunch. Be patient a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur, the MC today. My name is Alex Atwaire, and I'm the coordinator for Mbadifa. I observe the protocol and allow me to introduce my chairman board because I cannot speak. I'm speaking on his behalf. So, Mr. Asaf, you can stand up for recognition. They can clap for you. Let's move. It's a very tricky time to present. But for those who don't know Mbadifa, we are Mbarara District Farmers Association. And we started in 1994 as a branch of Uganda National Farmers Federation. So on that first page, it summarizes what Mbadifa is involved in. And our main business is agriculture. And we have been partnering with Mbarara District Local Government since we started. That is 1994. If you look at that store, it is Ginger Show, which we recently participated in. And our chief finance officer was asking whether we became the first to make sure that farmers get. So those are flowers, but we propagate them using the technology, which I will show you later. Then, of course, those are the beans, luring our farmers to make sure that they get clean seed. So that summarizes what we do, and it looks beautiful. Go down. I have already mentioned that we started in 1994, and that is our membership. And our vision is to see that farmers are united and have attained quality livelihood. And our mission is to make sure that we build capacity, go ahead. We build capacity, but before building capacity, we mobilize. Next slide. Computer etampemar. But we know what we do. What do? We have been at the forefront of farmer mobilization. And we supported Mbarara to make sure that all the farmer groups that are within Mbarara was part of Mbadifa's effort. When even it was still Greater Mbarara. We do lobbying and advocacy, and thank you Mbarara for giving us the platform to talk about farming. Strategic networking, and Mbarara district is one of our strategic partners that we have actually worked with. We do farmer group development, and we make sure that we network them to other business development service providers. And we also promote different technologies, and we promote natural resource management and others. Next slide. Yes. What are some of the key programs we're implementing? I have already told you we're involved in multiplication of banana clean planting material using the technology I've already told you, and that project has been ongoing. And another interesting project we're involved in is to strengthen district production coordination committees. Last year we did that for Mbarara, and Mbarara has a functional district production coordination committee. We are being supported by GIZ, and the chairperson of that committee is the cow. And secretary for that committee is the DPO, the district production officer, and other departmental heads. Then we also mobilize other people to come, especially those engaged in agricultural value chains. And that support came with ICT equipment, which you acknowledge to have received, and you can clap for Mbadifa because one of the roles is to lobby and advocate, not only for farmers, but also for the partners. And actually we distributed over 10 computers to Mbarara District Local Government. We are also involved in skilling of youth and women in agribusiness. When the MP was talking about youth, we acknowledge that youth have to be skilled. Whether you have gone to school or not, because the unemployment rate is very high. And we have started the skilling program for youth and women to make sure they are involved in value addition and job creation. Have their own permanent structure. The people don't want to see the second position, but next time we shall be the first. What are we planning to do? We are planning to support at least 2 nursery operators in Mbarara, focusing on youth and women to ease access to clean banana planting material. And we also want to support at least 4 parish associations that have graduated at a level of cooperative, so that we can be able to champion bulking and collective marketing, because marketing is an issue. And we shall do that in Rwanyamahembe, Town Council, Buchiro Greater, Rubindi, and Kagonji. We also plan to strengthen secondary marketing groups, and we're targeting also 4, so that they have fully fledged business plans and be able to mobilize other farmer groups at that lower level. Because we find a challenge, people who are benefiting from produce are not farmers themselves, they are traders who exploit. So we think through the parish development model, we can have parish-based associations that are involved in bulking and collective marketing. And we are ready to do that, and we have targeted the same sub-counties. Then we are planning to rehabilitate ginger stall, and we have put that at 10 million. And this will improve branding and outlook, because we want to be the first. Not only the first, but we want to beat the Uganda prisons, which has always lifted the flag high. We want also to continue supporting the District Production Coordination Committee. When you look at your budget framework, there are a lot of unfunded priorities. But you can only fund these unfunded priorities if you coordinate very well with other stakeholders, because some of them have budgets, but we cannot effectively coordinate. And I call upon the district leadership, the chairperson, you are here, vice, of course, with due respect, to make sure that the District Production Coordination Committee remains functional. And therefore, let me use this opportunity that I have seen within the budget framework, I don't see it budgeted for. This committee coordinates all the NGOs, whether you are in agriculture or not, even traders, to make sure that we think together and we avoid duplication. And in that way, you are helping the district, one, to generate more revenue. Two, you're also coordinating other players so that you can even tap into what they do, and also farmers can be able to benefit from what they do, especially the issue of markets. Go down. We have set up a center of excellence as Mbadifa. That is our propagation nursery. It is located in Rugando, Rwampala, and we are into we are manufacturers of a clean seed, banana. It is very strange to hear that you can produce plantlets. Obuno bwana bw'emitumba obutukuzaza omutumba ejeyito ya burijo. Wano nentaragaza nojubona. Wano ndachibuzi nojubona. Go down. You can see how it sprouts. Those are plantlets we are talking about in a chamber. No teka mwenkonya yawe, ojiteka under good conditions, ekuretera obushara, obupotting, burugamu mutumba murungi munonga. This is what we are doing. And we take that as a clean planting material. Go down. That is it. Go down. So we have also started training youth and women in that technology for two reasons. Number one, to create jobs. Number two, to make sure that farmers access easily the clean planting material. Go down. You can see the youth participating. Ezonenkonye zina ningamba, and nzokutebe kansa okaziteko mchemba zika sprouting. Youth abantu bagamba kusiba WhatsApp, they can use WhatsApp to market that product and they can earn money through commissions. Others can act as nursery operators. Go down. That's the center of excellence I'm talking about. It's the same place. So what we have started, behind there we have a plantation that will act as a mother garden for our input. Then we have also established state-of-art irrigation demonstration site. Ready, so that we can demonstrate to farmers the irrigation technology, simple irrigation technology, which is solar powered. That when you come, you can learn from that center. And you can see the vegetables. Actually, it's not even about 1 month we are harvesting. And that is money that can be earned by women and youth. At Ginger, that's what happened. Those who were not there, and I think that is one of your staff trying to demonstrate. You can go down. That is also one of the exhibitors, and is a member of Mbadifa, a life member, but she's also a lecturer at Bishop Stewart, our close partner. Go down. Some of your staff trying to demonstrate. You see how smart they were. And I don't know how we became the second. But we contested that. Then those are some of the staff from Mbadifa, but we have a chance to do better. Go down. The same. Go down. Go down. No to want to monitoring farmers with DPC or DPO one. Go down. If you collaborate very well, then you can get market for produce. Some of us don't know that actually the storage facility they are called Birya United Agencies, but yet we claim that we don't have market for beans. Another one, priority focus. We want to have a farmers bank, and we want to have a regional show, and we want to have that center of excellence, and we also want to create parish aggregation marketing information hubs. Go down. I'm about to finish. Those are priority areas of the district production department, and that's the support areas where Mbadifa can play a role. So what else can I say is thank you for giving Mbadifa an opportunity, and we're happy to associate with Mbarara district government. Thank you, Asa.
Yeah, thank you, Mbadifa. I was becoming a bit impatient because I want to manage time. And BSU, please. briefly, this time not taking more than 10 minutes because people are very hungry. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana MC, and good afternoon to you all. I'm privileged to be here, and thank you for the invite, Bwana Kao. Protocol observed. My name is Brian Tumsime, and I represent BSU today as we wait for the... so I represent BSU today, and specifically I've represented the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Environment and Science and Technology. So our focus today is we are given to discuss about the university support to technology in agro-processing and value addition. So what is the role of the institution in supporting technology in agro-processing and value addition? This is what we have been speaking about since morning. So briefly I will talk about BSU and the how and the support that we have gone through. Bishop Stewart is a non-for-profit organization, and of course it's founded by Anchorage Diocese, that is an Anglican church, and of course we cherish Christian-based higher education. Our vision is to create that society that has an academic excellence, entrepreneurship, and Christian values. And our mission is to create those leaders who know the way, show the way, and can go the way. And our motto is our God reigns. So faculties, we have a number of faculties, and to highlight the LC5 chair has been talking about the health institution. We can, as Mbarara district, we can benchmark. We can have a partnership with the health science. That is the faculty in Orharo campus. And you see how to really move the partnership. Under the agriculture, environment science and technology, this is where we talk about the natural resources. We talk about agribusiness. We talk about the technology. And the brochures are right available. We can look for more information there. The support for technology in agro-processing and value addition, the director Naro emphasized it, that technology in agro-processing and value addition is very crucial for increased productivity, efficiency, and competitiveness in the agriculture sector. And this is very important because majority of our farmers, of our citizens here, are small-scale holder farmers. And so the university has a role to empower these smallholder farmers to harness the potential of technology in agro-processing, value addition, and this leads to increased income and the livelihood. And this is, I think, it augurs well with what we do as Mbarara local government. So universities can provide various support, including research and development. We can look at the new products, the prototypes. We can look at cost-effective and sustainable agro-processing technologies, training and education, specialized courses are there, then skills training. We can look at technology transfer. We can offer demonstration centers and extension services. We can offer the incubation services and innovation hubs, the startup support, and this is where we, as you will see, we have a number of partnerships. We can also promote access to facilities and equipments, the laboratories, modern laboratories, pilot plants, and here we do partner with URI, the Industrial Research Institute in Kampala, to make sure that we nurture the product through its life cycle up to the market. Our advisory services, the technical consultants, of course we are the center of knowledge, and so you expect us to provide answers where there are questions. With the regulatory compliance, we have the regional laboratory, the UNIBASE, and that's what we partner with to make sure that we are compliant with the standards. The industry, we have established a new working environment where we are attracting the industry to come and partner with the university to make sure that we try to improve their operations and their processes, innovations. So we call it collaboration with the industry. Access to funding, yes, we are looking at a future where we can pull the development banks and microfinance support center to see that we can develop a structure where we can help the smallholder farmers. Research and feasibility for the market, that's where we can also look at, do the research and see the market feasibility. Capacity building and knowledge, these are workshops and dissemination seminars and publications. So what can we offer at BSU? Technical support, training and capacity building, demonstration sites, the centers of excellence at our farm, in solar drying for fruits and vegetables, dairy variation, poultry, and value chain, among others. So under the institution private sector partnerships, we think the academia, the universities or institutions should be the hubs for research and development. And they have facilities that the citizens can really utilize to harness the journey of agro-processing and value addition. So we have tried to facilitate this through different partnerships with through signing MOUs with a number of companies who are really, we are moving forward through the Innovation Hub, among others. So one of the areas that is currently moving on, being implemented at BSU, is the Agriculture Incubation Hub under the Faculty of Agriculture, Environment and Science and Technology. So it has been there and it is supported by MasterCard, Reform and the Excel cohort. And this is where we train the youth in business, we train the coaches in entrepreneurship and business development, and we engage the private sector to make sure that these innovations can find their way to the market. The AgriScale project, this is one that is concluding, but it's about creating that agro-entrepreneurship. So we conducted a project together with the communities and our partners, this Sistema.bio. We are looking at improving the promoting organic farming. So we do enhance the bioceride, which is a byproduct of the biodigesters. They are products, they are around, you can get in touch with them. And this is a big project which is funded by the European Union. So, and it is running in 6 African universities. So we are beneficiaries, and currently we are conducting a research on bioceride together with the NARO, this in Mbazadi, and we are making trials on beans and okra. So we are looking at moving ahead to, at one time, commercialize this organic fertilizer. And the SAY project, in partnership with Avis, this is also directed to the youth. So we have been talking about the youth employment. So these are some of the initiatives where we do train the youth and empower them in startups. And so the way forward, we think the industry and private sector and the local government really should be out there looking for valuable partnerships to achieve their organizational goals. So it should be a collaborative sort of approach. It's always looking out to impact the communities and the surroundings. So there is what we call a PBL. PBL is a problem-based learning. This is where the academia goes out to find challenges that the private sector does have, and try to use their knowledge banks to resolve the challenges, to add value to the private sector. So we think this is one thing that can apply to us together with the Mbarara district, local government, to make sure that we intervene in the implementation and some projects that have been provided here. Otherwise, God reigns. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The presenter from BSU. I know our sugar levels are very low now. But again, we are waiting for those to serve us. They are not yet ready. They are telling me in the next 5 minutes. But in the next 5 minutes, we can get food for health again. Doctor has something to tell us, and he's going to be brief. Then as they serve our lunch. Kindly bear with us. I know we are not all that fine, but bear with us. In the next 5 minutes, we shall break off for lunch. Doctor, please. And for those who have questions, we don't want to waste time when we come to plenary. If you have a burning issue, kindly note it down. I know all of us have notebooks and pens. Just note it down, because we don't want to waste much of our time when we are in plenary. We shall have a few questions, 3 or 4, then we call it a day. Not so? We shall agree. Doctor, please. You're not yet ready?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Arthur, our MC, our dear RDC, and all protocol observed. Yeah, I'm just recovering from an earlier... Let's go to slide. Next slide. An earlier bombardment. But you see, this is a battle of the brain, not any other thing. I am here to share with us from what we have had. The planner did an excellent job to take us through what we plan to do and what we have been able to do. Specifically, I'll be talking about the sub-program for health, what we set out to do and what we have been able to do. Yes, as a review, I was here precisely 2 years ago, and we talked about an agenda for improving immunization, and I categorically pointed out and I said that immunization is the gold standard for disease prevention, and as a country, we set out to have the implementation of this immunization agenda 2030. And out of this agenda that is still running, we have now 7 years, several things have been done. One, as a district, we have aggressively improved routine immunization. We are now vaccinating. We are vaccinating children for hepatitis B, but remember, we also introduced yellow fever vaccination for the children. Once we do that, we will be clear that our populations are going to be safe, our children will grow, and everything will be fine. We've been doing integrated child health days. This is where we go to schools and we give vitamin A to children, deworm them, and we've been working closely with the schools health programming. This is reporting progress. Schools health programming, and then enhanced surveillance for the outbreaks. Many of you saw what COVID-19 did. COVID-19 is still here with us. There will be many more other outbreaks. But what is important for us, Mbarara DC and all of us, is for us to be sure that our surveillance system is up and running, that we capture the outbreak, we get these infections as early as possible. We are talking about HIV and AIDS. We cannot do things unless we have planned for them and we have budgets for them. I am very privileged to work with implementing partners. Those that are here, we acknowledge the work that you do and we are grateful. Yes, for service delivery, a lot has been done. The reports have been coming through you, but we have done a lot of work on the infrastructure development. We have, the planner presented to all of us and showed the reflection of things that have been done, the new structures that have been constructed, and they are awaiting commissioning. Human resources for health, yes. The Ministry of Health, that my boss does not want to recognize. Now, the Ministry of Health has gracefully approved a new structure for health workers. And when we look at that new structure, at the Health Center 4 and Health Center 3 level, that new structure translates at 60% staffing. Mbarara DC and members, that means we need to do a lot of work to see that we recruit health workers who are going to deliver service in these new structures, or else the structures will become white elephants, and that's not what we want to see. So for me, this is very important to recognize the work done by the ministry. So these are the things I'm talking about. I'm not going to repeat that. It has been said. Now, the national strategic direction, in as far as population and health indicators are concerned, we are focusing on, according to this implementation, we want to see that we reduce fertility, we reduce mortality and child dependency. And next slide you will see our maternal mortality ratio has dropped, infant mortality ratio has dropped, and all these things we must see. But we must also increase access to integrated sexual reproductive health so that we reduce on the number of teenage pregnancies, on the number of abortions among these children, and all of this can only be done if we plan and aggressively work at it. The next strategic direction is to develop and implement a comprehensive set of interventions to reduce teenage pregnancy. At this point, I want to recognize the PIGO, who have supported us enormously to see that this is achieved in the district, but also in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, look here. This is the Uganda Demographic Health Survey of 2022, which was released precisely 2 months ago. Our fertility rate, Mbarara DC, has dropped over the years, as you can see, over the years from 6.2 in 2010, somewhere in 1980, 89, 90, it was at 9. We dropped all the way from 9 to 6.2 in 2010, now in 2022 to 5.2. WHO recommends that at least a country, every woman on average should be able to have 3 children. If we are talking about still at 5.2, out of this 6, there's a lot of work for us to do. And that can only be achieved by a very robust and a very strong birth control program. When you talk about, this is infant mortality. At some point it was 54. It has come reducing up until now when it is at 36. These are not mean achievements for the country, but also as a district, Mbarara, we have contributed aggressively to this. Infant under 5 mortality has dropped from 64 to now 52. Maternal mortality ratio dropping from 336 to now 189. I pause there. We don't seem to be following. But if we were, we would have had a hand clap for this. To clap for the country, Uganda, but also to clap for ourselves. WHO recommends a maternal mortality ratio of less than 50. We are at 189%, rather per 100 live births. We will get there. We can only get there if we put our efforts together. we work with implementing, give you a hand clap. Then we work with our USAID, LPHS, TASO. They commit to improve service delivery in our district by making sure that every person who needs a service is able to get it. Every person who needs a test for HIV, a test for TB, all those services that we talk about can be accessed. Now, this is where Uganda Health Activity operates, and we are not going to go through all these things, but you can see they are focusing a lot on maternal child health, increasing public access. We are talking about leadership and governance. All these things are done at the facility level, training our health workers to be able to provide newborn child health, maternal health, and all these. So that's Uganda Health Activity. We acknowledge what you do, and we thank you. Human Resources for Health, they have contributed enormously by recruiting data clerks, counselors, and supporting all the public. So we make a pool of health workers with them. Supply chain management. When medicines and supplies do not come, we can only hear people complain that they go to facilities and there are no medicines. But these people do help us with the chain and logistics management, making sure that they work closely with the NMS to have these things come. Monitoring and evaluation. Over the years, and continuing with them, they are going to work with us to deliver all this package, particularly community initiatives. We are talking about community health and increasing interventions that help the community to participate. All this is going to be supported by UHA. At that level, they operate also with the national level, the regional level. We have MAST, we have the regional referral hospital, and then at the district. Next, we are talking about now JPIGO. This is also under the challenge initiative. This is what we did with them at the initiation about 2 years ago. With them, we have been able to see that we conduct these activities. We have had meetings with the leaders, meetings with the facility in charges. We have done data quality assurances. We have engaged VHTs. We have done a lot of coaching. And out of that, we have seen improvements. When we talk about volumes of clients, we're talking about mothers and young people coming to access family planning services. This is when we started. Last year, we had lots of stockouts of commodities, particularly family planning commodities. So that would explain this drop, but we are sure that now that NMS has improved, we are going to improve. Look at this. Mbarara DC. This should cause you not to sleep comfortably tonight. That the number of children getting pregnant and giving birth to children is on the increase in this district. This is where we must focus our energies, and this is the problem. The problem for this district is not that people have not gone to study nursing. The problem is not that people are not studying clinical medicine to become clinical officers. The problem is that young girls who are supposed to be in school are getting pregnant every night. And for me, I cannot keep quiet and I concentrate on an institution. This is the problem. The remedy for this Mbarara DC is to keep the girls in school, is to close bars that are being opened every night. People think that they are making money, but they are creating a problem for us. Yes. So these numbers, Mbarara DC, should cause us to think harder, other than shifting blame and looking for somebody to blame. So Jepayego has worked with us. They have supported us financially, and they introduced Mbarara DC. Look here. This is what the challenge is all about. The district during this financial year committed to provide 200 million. And the challenge initiative, Jepayego, matched it with this match. For this financial year running, the district committed this. And they are matching it, and we are running activities. So this is the way to go for sustaining the gains that we make as we deliver services. TASO Local Partner Health Service Provider works with us in those key result areas. We are talking about access to facility, quality HIV and TB testing, quality targeted high yield HIV testing, diagnosis, all TB HIV care. So we acknowledge TASO. I hope you are in the house. TASO team, Team TASO, yes, thank you for coming. TASO works with us to improve on the human resources for health. They have given us 8 data clerks, peer educators and peer mothers, 51 of them. Then this is, who are these? These are like supporters. Then counselors 7, a total of 71 individuals recruited through our recruiting system, but supported and paid for on a monthly basis by TASO. That is not a mean contribution. TASO, we thank you. TASO also works with us, Mbarara DC, to support community-based interventions. At some point, they invited you to officiate a ceremony to when the girls were graduating. So these girls, these are HIV exposed, HIV vulnerable girls who are recruited, trained, and supported to have income generating activities. But also some of these girls now become our ambassadors in the arena to fight and prevent HIV at the community level. So TASO, we thank you. What has happened? Keith, where have you gone? The machine is hungry. Yeah, I think that's the last slide. So I want to thank you very much for listening. Now that the machine is hungry, but I want also to request us to focus our energies and resources into the problem, not what we think is the problem. And this problem is evidence-based, not feelings and emotions. I thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doctor, for the good information that you've provided to us. And I think it's very important, not only for planning, but on the day-to-day activities that we carry on. Once again, we thank the implementing partners that have made it to be with us today. Thank you very much. And I think lunch is ready. Are we ready to serve lunch? They are nodding, meaning yes or no? Few minutes. Can I request that we have a plenary for like 10 minutes, then we break off at once? Can we have it? Let us have a plenary for 10 minutes and we break off at once. We have lunch and we depart. Can I have those with burning questions? And you know what it means by burning questions. And if a person asks a question, don't repeat it. And if you feel you cannot air it out, just kindly write it on a paper and forward it. We want to use less than 10 minutes and we break off for lunch. And can I say that we don't have any questions? Is everything okay? Oh, can we have a next mic? Connie? And kindly you say out your name and maybe the person you intend to ask that question.
Thank you very much. Mine is not a question but a clarification.
Go on.
When the CFO was presenting, especially underwater, there was something which was not very clear and I needed to clarify on it. On page 14, there are quite a number of projects which were implemented during the fiscal year 2022-2023, and the boreholes that were rehabilitated, when you look at in Mbarara, they had budgeted for 2 boreholes to be rehabilitated, but using the 6 million, they were able to rehabilitate 5 boreholes using the same money. And when you go down and look at Buchuro, there was 0 target, meaning in Buchuro, there was 1 borehole which was rehabilitated, which was not budgeted for, but using the funds from the other boreholes which were rehabilitated, and the balance was used to rehabilitate the one of Buchuro. I thank you. I hope it is clear now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Joseph. Gender balance, Connie?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. When you analyze all the presentations, it's like every department is yearning for raising funds to fund the ever-increasing needs. And for sure, donor funding is really going down. So it is a cross-cutting issue, which we must think about very seriously and lay a strategy for Mbarara district to see how, as a local government, we can be able to start fundraising, have a serious strategy, put their money and raise funds to be able to overcome our challenges.
Yeah, that's a very good point to take. And actually, as Mbadifa was presenting, I thought about that. Because today Mbadifa is with us. What if it's not there tomorrow? Are we able to carry on the work that they are doing? The sustainability part of what the implementing partners are doing in the district. If they are not there, as a district, are we ready to continue? That's both to the technical and to the political leaders. Next. They are telling me lunch is ready, but we need to take a few questions. Yes, Wanadiso. Mkamanjo Tantera Chiboko. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you, Programs Manager. The only burning issue I have here concerns adult. Thank you, Arthur. Adult literacy, according to what we have seen in this draft budget, it has shown us that there is program going on concerning adult literacy, but would want to know how is this program being conducted and where and who are the beneficiaries? Because it is in the papers, but on the ground it seems not to be there, according to me. Last but not least, somebody has mentioned something concerning revenue performance in your presentation. And of recent, we had a meeting with all parish chiefs and town clerks and sub-county chiefs. It has come to our notice that on their side there is laxity in as far as supervising the parish chiefs is concerned, because the whole thing generates from how these people are doing their work, their mandate. So I would want to advise town clerks who are here and sub-county chiefs that it's your responsibility to make a follow-up on these people and see that local revenue has been collected, having seen that donation is reducing drastically, and we have to think beyond and look for the ways how best we can increase our local revenue. Thank you.
Yes, next.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. By names of Mugume Bernard. Mine is observation. I've observed in the Department of Health. In our last financial year, we budgeted that Kashare will complete the health staff unit, but I didn't even see in this budget conference. Another one, we rolled many times on Mbarara Primary School to be constructed staff classrooms. But in this book, I haven't even seen this one. That one of Mbarara Primary School. Another thing, I've observed very clearly chairman agitating that was talking about the fourth account about the Karungu Primary School. Ebyo bintu bya procurement, it doesn't need to be emotional and kugira nanka, because ebintu bya procurement ogwo mushija oabwencha atakira amabati mwine kuhereza engineers nanga procurement abakastandinga je document eya signingire negamba ki obwire bwo kutaminating a contract, and waza kutaminating a contract you follow the agreement eya signingire tokufaga kwa leta force of account ukaleta feelings za ukaziteka omoromo gwomuntu. So echo nacho nekintu kyo kwetegereza. Ekya kabiri nayo observinga je speeches z'abanzigambwa Dr. Sebutinde yagira ngo tureke kuzaha kugira ngo okwombe nursing school nebasa kugira ekiyafyambo namazima nursing school tujetinga, but since you are creating avenues ezo kuita wa girls establishing an institution creating pregnancies and yet okapugira ngo tutekeho a nursing school nabwo nimba nindeba as leaders ntubatara promoting development of this country. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, programmer. Bachondoza Wilson, District Councillor representing other persons. I have many concerns, but one, as reported in this projection, it has talked about land of sub-counties and other lower administrative units. Little efforts has been put on to acquire land titles for our public land. And here, the problem is at Emuzo. So I don't know what steps do you have to secure public land. For example, if I was not there in 1998, this land at Kacherere, which you are now building, where you are building the city school, will be no more. But we secured it. Now we are constructing a very big thing there. So what plans do we put there? Secondly, this document is very silent about SAGE. I represent other people. This document is silent about SAGE and Segopu programs. I understand this money comes from the ministry directly to the beneficiaries. But as a district, we need to know how much money has been paid to our district. How many beneficiaries have been given money. This document is very silent about that. Lastly, maybe on page 89, I can see the community-based services towards elderly, PWs and youth and women. I sit on the finance and planning committee. The vote 892 gives money 5% directly from central government to these groups, elderly and the PWDs. But when you go there requesting for any activity, they tell you there is no money. They only access local revenue. I don't know what you have in plan so that these people, the marginalized groups, can benefit from the district coffers.
One last one, please.
I beg submit.
Thank you. They are telling me lunch is ready, but again, we need to finish up with those who have questions. Vice Chairperson has a burning issue.
Thank you so much. Mine is just a comment. Nindeba tukozire percentages twa consuminga budget zitu konka performance yitu keta kurugayo. Where is the problem? Kantu gumantu performinga kubi, where is the problem? Turion tukorebe real ninga turion tuza na icho na chitoa kao kindly mureke to improving. Then nanienda clarifyinga abo kubani njokera bwizibora rutoma town council natunga nursing school nimba na aba beneficiary. I know what it means to have a nursing school in our area. Na hura mnyanya ziyajira nguntu batu wa promoting kujirenda no. Tukagenda for benchmarking, tuareba nursing school, we went as a team, tuazantunga mo, tuareba echikumanyisa watunga nursing school. First of all, never source of local revenue. So nani shabangu tureke guma tureta negativity all the time. Turebe chirunje chiyo mu nursing school. Ni chirunji kandi tuchetaga Mbarara district.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vice Chairperson. Connie?
And I want to sell it to you. I want to sell you my observation. We have been here having these budget conferences in the city. We left the city. We are in the district. My humble request is next time organize, we have service providers there, there is value addition, you can support those people and get local revenue. You are crying for local revenue. Please, yes, this is there. That is my humble submission and request to the organizers. Then the other issue is about central government transfers. I want to re-echo what the Honorable Bachondoza has just said. Other elements are not captured in the central government transfers. So the next time, ensure they are also captured.
Yeah, thank you very much, Wanadiso. But as we are bringing in the questions, kindly let us be mindful of the older persons that we have and the time that we are taking when they have not had lunch. Okay? Yes, Connie, there are some issues. Be brief.
Thank you. My name, I'm called John James. I'm living with HIV positive. On 11th November, I will be celebrating 38 years when I'm living with HIV. Ndi aha prevention. Ekibuzo kyanje nkiza wa Dr. Sebutinde. Dr. Sebutinde ninkunda munonga. Webale emirimo erikola omuli Mbarara. Akanindeba nti ninteekateeka wagamba haliho okukyebera TB hamwe n'okukyebera akakoko ka siriimu. Konka kanindeba nti abantu aba bakuceberwa akakoko ka siriimu okubakuratira kani kuce munonga. Omuli research yange yinkozire abashiija ni bace munonga abakucebeza akakoko ka siriimu, kandi abakebeza ni bakira kushereka abakyala baabo. Abakyala ni bingi abakucebeza akakoko ka siriimu, kuba kuheza kucebeza nabo batinagambira abashiija baabo. Kanindeba nti target ya 95% eyitukiriyo nitulonda 2030 tugitunge, katakwiza kugitunga nyinaye omuworo mu buso bwange nkaza omu kanisa emwe.
Just Bwana Ruchamuzi, be brief, tuyine obwire buke. Ekibuzo twachure kiwahereza Dr. Sebutinde.
Ekibuzo kyanje nikyekyo.
Yes.
Okuratira abantu abo abakebeza akakoko ka siriimu
Dr. yakinotinga
ni kuce munonga.
Yes.
Kandi na health educations omu marwariro ninche. Mwebale munonga.
Thank you very much. Connie, move on to the table where there is the DPC. Yes.
Thank you so much.
And that should be the last table.
Yeah, thank you so much, our moderator today. Mine is a vote of thanks to the partnering development partners, actors in Mbarara. And I request that once in a while, they should submit some report to the council so that we recognize and appreciate these partners in a way we can. And my final request is, I heard of this, is it Kanama?
Kanama, yes.
Yeah, that is operating in Kashare and Rubin sub-county, and its head offices are in with where Rutoma Town Council in Rutoma Cell. I have a request that I appreciate the services they are providing to those areas, but they are forgetting that I request that if they can enroll and expand those services to other town councils and sub-counties, as not forgetting where their offices are, because those people are also bad off. Thank you so much.
Noted, Bwana Honorable. The last one is Katumba, Honorable.
Thank you very much. I'm Bishanga Julius from Rubaya. Mine goes to health. Nindeba tutungire ba VHT obwire bwingi burukumara. Konko obwire bwingi nindeba mu budget takubaka etaringa kugira ngo at least batunge some trainings. Akubona oshanga nka VHT ariyo nagaba nk'embazo mu cyaro, and of which oshanga batine any training kandi district twine nkeji budget at least ashemerere kuba mu vote yabo nabo bakagumana batunga training. I beg to move.
Thank you. The last one is
Thank you. Okay. I'm called to be my ADs down Clerk Nyabsirira. My concern is on the seed school. Last year we were in this book and they were indicating that they construct for us a seed school. At least if you have dropped, if you have done what, can't it be under unfunded priorities and we remain under this program such that in the future, or if we get a donor, we can be considered. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Connie, can we have the last one here? And I've been informed by the planner that those who have written reports can submit them to the budget desk.
Thank you so much. I'm Karuhanga Tom, Mayor of Chiro Town Council. My concern is on District Feeder Road, that is Buchoro Rubare, Rubindi, 16 kilometers. The situation is alarming, and this is a road that connects us with other districts. So I need to know exactly what plan you have for that road. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Connie? Chairperson. Chairperson Park, then we respond to questions.
Thank you so much. My concern is on the audit. I am the chairman Park, but at the same time, I'm the chairman NRM. Now my concern is on audit. They are not well facilitated. They are understaffed. They have no means of transport. So that means there is no audit. It's the heart also of Mbarara district. I am seeing they are supposed to have to sensitize the head teachers and health workers down there. And you know what is in our schools. UPE funds, they are being eaten left and right. The teachers are not there. And I want to advise audit is not auditing cash. You audit other things. Our teachers there in schools, our health staff there. I have seen here in water a lot of money, millions of shillings on boreholes. Are these boreholes there? Administration, I've already discussed with you. Do we have an information officer in Mbarara district? Why aren't these things captured? What does it mean? She's not facilitated. We want to see these boreholes as NRM. The government has given you a lot of money in this book, as I've seen. But some people are saying Mbarara district has done nothing. And yet the government has, and I've seen 100% received. But we are not seeing what you are doing. You do things chibeni. And you are saying Mbarara district has not performed, and yet you have performed. Why are you not commissioning these activities? What happens? We have the RDC, you have the chairman Mbarara district, you have COW. All heads of department, all these activities are being done, but you are not commissioning them. Why? Where does that money for commissioning go? Bwana auditor, where is the auditor here? Do you have an auditor in this house?
Yeah, he has been with us. Head of audit has been with us.
Here I'm the chairman Park. I have received this book. I want to see where these boreholes are. Are they there? 50 million in Bari. Are these boreholes there? And I always see on TV, I want to be very frank, only Roida commissioning boreholes. What is Mbarara district doing? We only see Roida commissioning and repairing boreholes. And I've seen a lot of money. I want to know where this money went and where these boreholes are. As chairman Park and chairman NRM. Bwana audit. Don't audit only cash. I always see your reports. There was money on balance, on account. At least that money is there. But where is this money that has been spent? You don't mention it. Don't audit only cash. Audit even physical things. So that's my concern. Facilitate the auditor and his staff, only 3. At least, why don't you share with other departments? They have vehicles, I see them. Share with them, Bwana Cow. Why don't you facilitate that money? Thank you so much. I think my concerns are being noted.
Chairman Cow has noted them and is going to respond to those questions. And at this moment, you allow me to have the responses to some of the raised questions. But you allow me to respond to 1 or 2 Then I have my head of department. There was a question to do with SAGE and SEGOP, the beneficiaries, and it came out from the representative of the older persons. I think he wants to know. Then about the elderly and the people with disabilities. But again, all those questions rotate on the funding. Our answer may be on the function of adult literacy, a question that has been raised. And one of the members said, where are the classes? Are there learners? And the good thing is that one of the implementing partners that we are closely working with some of the FAR classes is here, and I asked him whether he has data on some of the FAR classes, and he said yes. But as a district, we only get money for support supervision, not formation of the new classes as we used to do. Initially, we could get money from Ministry of Gender to support these classes with even bicycles, to support them with reading materials, to support them with allowances, to support them with even t-shirts. You could even see them put on t-shirts for FAR, but all that funding was scrapped off. Initially, we were getting funding for FAR over 5 million. But as we talk, when you saw on the budget, Mbarara only gets 1.3 million per quarter. And if you split it in 2 months, that is 300,000 for an officer to move in the whole in all the sub-counties to monitor classes. No, that question has been moving on, and I've gotten an opportunity because I was assigned that responsibility by my boss to run that sub activity. And same to the funding of people with disabilities and elderly. I'm happy that we have the vice chairperson here who has been with us in community-based services. People with disabilities and elderly, initially they were getting a grant, special grant, and that was 5 million per quarter. That funding has been consolidated, and now they are getting money from the center and direct now to their accounts. We need to get that information. We only form groups. They are appraised and sent to the center, and center, when they confirm those groups, it sends money direct to those beneficiaries. And we have some beneficiaries in the last quarter whom we got. And good enough, we communicated to the sector committee, and I think it even went to council. So that one is confirmed. I don't know whether the DCDO has something to say on SAGE and SEGOP beneficiaries, but again, we've been transparent, and wherever we...
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, chair. On SAGE is a centralized program. We don't receive any operation funds. It is managed by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. So whenever you see us in the field, we are moving by their program. We don't manage any funds directly as a district under SAGE. Now, under support to elderly, we had planned for only one activity of supporting the district council for older persons. So we receive 450,000 per quarter, and that money facilitates that council as planned in our development plan and in the budget. Then for FAR was phased out by government, and it was replaced by a program called Integrated Community Learning for Wealth Creation. And that one was based on the fact that government introduced universal primary education in 1996, and thereafter, now we have USE. So the assumption of the central government is that we no longer have illiterates, those people we used to target who cannot read and write. So the program was modified, and the approach has changed. We are now targeting community learning groups. We have been targeting organized groups to have some training on various areas where we think there are capacity gaps. But going forward, because of what I found here, because I am also new, I have requested guidance from Minister of Gender to guide us on how we can roll out that program. So the money that you saw, we have it, but we have not spent it. we are going to have guidance on which activities we can implement as we wait the rollout. Because the program in Uganda is in 12 districts per now. And they have full funding from government and also development partners. So we have the money with us, we are not spending the money until we are guided on which activity we should start with, so that we don't have this issue coming up again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana DCDO. Dr. Sebutinde, on the other follow-up, just 1 or 2 words, then we move on to Cow, then we close the session.
Yes, thank you very much. It is exciting to see that people interested in their health pay attention and they even follow up. Thank you, my friend. Yes, men are not testing, and it is true. Just for your information, in the recent statistics that we have just received, UFIA 2022, 30% of the new HIV infection is among men aged between 60 years and above. 30%. And they are not coming to test. So we are saying we need to look out for them. Follow-up of people who have been tested. I am glad the implementing partners are in the house. We have made that request before with the UHA, with the JPIGO, with the TASO and COLE. We want to draw a program and do contact tracing. We are running a program called APN, Assisted Partner Notification. This program helps us to, if you test me and I am HIV positive, God forbid, then I will tell you the other partners I have had that you know I am married, I have a wife with children. However, on the side, there is so and so, there is so and so,
the side dishes,
so. This is their number. Now go get them and test them. That program is running and it's done helping us to get to these men. We are going to do that. We are going to improve that, but we're also going to roll out the contact tracing. But there are so many. We have a total of, you get 355 villages. Multiply that by 5. That will give us the number of VHTs if we are going to train all of them. I can assure you there is no program, there is no budget that can do that. What do we do then? We do train VHTs as per the need and the program. So as we speak, we have embarked on training these VHTs. We have done in Kashade, we have done in Kagonji, we are now training in Buchiro, and it is the same program, the Uganda Health Activity, the TASO, that we are working with. Remember, they are the same implementing partners, also doing work in other districts, but also the city. So it is a roll-on program. We will train all the VHTs as need arises and as funds allow. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. One more thing, Doctor, before you hand over the mic, share with us about the information we had for World AIDS Day, because it is beneficial to, like what you said.
Yes, we had a meeting, a coordination meeting with the implementing partners and the district leadership. And we are planning to have the celebrations of World AIDS Day, 1st December. What are we celebrating? There may not be much to celebrate, but we want to create awareness and recall your minds back to the fact that HIV is here with us. I had already told you 30% of the new infections are among men aged 60 years and above. But in the same vein, we are seeing new HIV infections, over 40% among adolescents and young people. So it is this information that we want to remind our people during that day, and we are going to have a concerted effort. We have had this engagement with Reach a Hand Uganda, we have had TASO, we have had JPIGO, we have had UHA, and we are putting together an activity that will start 2 weeks prior to 1st December, where we shall be testing, where we shall be
communicating prevention methods, rather messages, where we shall be communicating the tracking that my friend is talking about, where we shall be talking. People, RDC, now let me address myself to the RDC. We have men who have sex with men in this city and in the district.
Very many.
And we know from science that is such groups that become they are the fuel for these new HIV infections. So during this celebration of 1st December, we want to bring everybody on board, not targeting them for them to hide, but to help them out. Come out to test, get a service, and stop these things. So this is geared for, the climax will be 1st December. Thank you, Arthur, for the opportunity to
So,
make the
Mbarara
Kalango.
community, we call upon you to join us as we move into that week of World AIDS Day, and we request you to participate in some of the activities that will be taking place. That was the reason as to why I requested Doctor to respond on that. Then Cow, and lastly we shall have the planner, then we shall close our meeting.
Thank you, Wana Moderator. I'm going to comment about 3 issues. One is the issue of a nursing school, because it has kept coming, and I want to make it categorically clear that the position of the district is to have that nursing school constructed. We have already allocated funds there, we have done some work there, and we are continuing to support that nursing school. So whoever is not in line with the district decision, that is his or hers as an individual, but the position of the district is to have that nursing school constructed. Then another thing is, this all raised the concern, actually it's a very good concern, about supporting the service providers in Wizwera. Yes, this is a very good observation, but of course we follow the procurement procedures. In this financial year, we don't have any service provider who provides this service that is in the Wizwera. So we shall keep using those that express their interest and they are pre-qualified, until when we get one of our own, and that's when we shall start using that service provider. But we need to take this responsibility as people of Mbarara. If we know that there are people who can give us such services, let us encourage them, so that when we run the advert, they come up and apply. Then the issue of supporting the auditor, I think it was even made clearly in this presentation of ours. Yes, we would like to have a thorough auditing exercise, but they say you cut your cloth according to the resources you have. You are caught according to the cloth you have. Of course, we base on the available resources. And when you read their presentation, you find that they would even go ahead. They would like to go ahead and carry out investigations and do special audits. But because of the limited resource envelopes, they do auditing in institutions, and then these special investigations are under unfunded priorities. But I want to assure you that auditing has been done, and every quarter we sit and review the audit reports that have been presented by the audit department, including health facilities, education facilities, and all other institutions. So we would need to put it to another level, but those are the resources we have. And we budget according to the resources we have. And for the staffing levels, in as far as the structure is concerned, audit is fully staffed because there is a principal auditor, there is a senior auditor, and there is an auditor. And that is the structure of that sector. So we don't complain that we have a few staff according to the structure of this Republic of Uganda. Lastly, it is on performance. I want to assure you, Mr. Chairman, and actually if resources could allow, we shall maybe get time and visit some of those projects. I want to assure you that these projects are there. It's not air. And that's why these people are invited. We have invited even lower local government leaders so that when they are presenting and they say a borehole in Kashare and you are from Kashare, you say no, this one is not there. That is the purpose of inviting all stakeholders and tell you what we have implemented so that we confirm whether they are true or not true. Going forward, through the directive from the office of the RDC, we agreed that beginning with this financial year, because the only gap has been on commissioning and handing over. So he has directed, and we agree that going forward, every project to be implemented, we shall commission it, and then at the end of it all, we shall launch it and then commission it at the end, so that we give public information. But I want to assure you that these boreholes you have seen, these projects that have been presented here, they are all there, and most of them, especially these projects, most of them are tangible and they can be seen and they are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wanakau. And I know Chairman Park, they've at least answered you 80%. Yeah, thank you. So, Bwana Planner, briefly, then we close this session.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yeah, just a very few things which I want to talk about, which have been raised and have not been answered. There was a concern of a staff house at Kashare Health Center 3, which was constructed up to roofing level, but has not been completed. It's a policy by government that you should not go for construction of any new project unless you have completed implementation of the previous projects which were not complete. So I want to urge the responsible departments that may have incomplete projects that you should not plan for any activity. Actually, I also urge the councillors that if we are on any committee where there is a project that is incomplete, don't allow a new project to be planned or budgeted for unless the old one has been completed and is operational. Secondly, I want to emphasize what the cow has just mentioned. For all projects at this level of planning and budgeting, you should plan for launching of the project and commissioning of the project. This money for the project is not your money. Commissioning and launching are part of the project costs. So you are advised, actually also advise my budget desk officers to ensure that there is a provision for launching and commissioning for every project before we can capture it in the budget. We shall monitor this very, very seriously as we produce our budgets and annual work plans. CFO and planning department staff who work on the budget, make sure that there is no project that it does not have a component of the budget for launching and commissioning. And the department should not give you its budget if it has not budgeted for completion of the existing projects. That one we shall not accept. I thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Planner. One last one that has not been answered is to do with the road that connects us to other districts. Engineer, then we close, sincerely. We are not going to sleep here. We need to close.
Thank you very much. The question of the road which connects from Buchuro to Rubindi, that is Buchuro-Rubare Rubindi Road. We know its condition and we have budgeted for its periodic maintenance in the third quarter. Ntuja group grading arwona to take a spot mara mingi ekusia kilomita azina kantu byaremu na carvats zikusya lines mukaga. Webale.
Webale munonga engineer.
I'm sorry, there is a concern raised by Mr. Bachondoza about titling of land. It has been mentioned in my presentation. It's a directive by government that all accounting officers at every level, including sub-counties, town councils, districts, and cities, and even ministries, they must budget for titling of land in this budget that we are planning. So in this meeting, we want to recommend to all sub-counties and town councils that you are at liberty to use DEDEG money to have all your land surveyed and titled. We shall also make a provision at the district for titling of any land that may not be titled. I thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Planner. I once again thank you for participating actively in this meeting. And at this time, you will allow me to invite our beloved RDC to give his closing remarks. And after his remarks, we shall have lunch and wait for administrative announcements. I thank you. Bwana RDC, please.
The Vice Chairperson of the district, together with your DEC members present here, our Chief Administrative Officer, together with your technical staff present here, development partners with us present here, the invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Can we clap for all the presenters of today's budget conference? I have been quiet, but enjoying what I was seeing. This is a real engagement. And I would appeal that next time we give it the attention it deserves. I was not comfortable with the movement and absenteeism, others going and coming. But I think we had a lot to see and re-examine our performance. So I want to thank you so much. During today's presentation, there were so many cross-cutting issues that we must, as we end here, address ourselves. For example, the issue of local enhancement revenue. That is an issue that we cannot debate about, but it is a necessity. We must explore all ways of local revenue enhancement. When we look at the last year's budget, what percentage did we finance it? And what is the way forward? Another point I noted is whatever presentation were here, all the monies they talked about, the most important thing is accountability of this money. Look back to our departments and what we are required to do. What has been the impact created to our people, despite all this flow of funds? As I mentioned earlier during my opening statement, these budget conferences are not for ceremonial purposes. These budget conferences are not for rhetorics. See how best somebody can talk the English and the way presentation. But the issue is whatever has been presented here in this document, how is it reflected on the ground? During the presentation, we have seen money for monitoring, both technical and political monitoring. Do we have a follow-up of whatever observations we find on the ground? Recently, I made some brief incursion
I would call it in military terms, of monitoring of youth livelihood and WEPO, just for 2 days. But what I saw, unbelievable. Non-existence of these projects. And yet we have seen money for monitoring. And I made some very few arrests, which sent some very good impact. And as I talk now, the good news is that almost all those who took WEP money and YLP are just paying. Actually, others have started saying, sir, RDC, before you come, let's do this. They are paying. I think the district community development officer can testify. Just some few. That means if we became very serious, I am telling you, things can move. So we need our seriousness on our part. I am glad the Chief Administrative Officer has re-echoed, and even the Chairman NRM has also demanded for the launching and commissioning of projects. If all this had been done before, we would be having very, very few questions here. And for example, now the water office, it is not too late. I don't see even what the money we need for. We need to commission these projects you have mentioned here. As early as yesterday. So when all these projects are commissioned, first of all, most of these projects, they were even never launched. So the beneficiary community don't know even their existence there. And who made what and the source of funds. That's why you hear some contradictions. So I want us from this budget conference that the issues that we have risen that we can work on as immediately as possible, that we work on them, including launching and commissioning. We have also seen projects beginning and getting completed without a single site meeting. Site meeting is a regular way of monitoring and evaluating the progress of that project. It is healthy for the contractor and healthy for the district leadership. Let me hope the message that is being echoed from this meeting that we are going to implement it. Site meetings must be a must, launching must be a must, and commissioning. No any other excuses. I am glad Mr. Sebutinde talked about the reduced mortality rate. That has been a priority of NRM government since 1986. In fact, in many other forums, I normally tell actually on my own elementary view of things and observation that we no longer have people dying. Because people cannot notice this you are talking about. For us, we think every child that is born now survives. Every pregnant woman must deliver. That's what we think. And that should be the message. Then you, the technical people, with Turnawe and you, please reduce that figure with our support. The issue of pregnancy, that's why I chipped in when you were doing the presentation that is it only in the girls who are not in schools? What about those in schools also? This needs a comprehensive approach. For example, as government and my office, we don't expect any child who is supposed to go to school that is not in school. I didn't know. We have the sub-county chiefs here and the sub-county chairpersons. Whether in our villages there, especially in Mbarara district, because this is the issue you used to find in Bohezo district, where we had to put a robust program of go back to school and we are penalizing parents who are not taking children to school. So I wouldn't expect any child, whether boy or a girl, supposed to go to school, not in school. So I want to call upon the district leadership, which is well represented here by the DEC members and the vice chairperson, that please inquire and put relevant bylaws so that we can penalize those who have not put their children in school. I have already engaged head teachers and owners of schools on issues of proper explanation of UPE and USE policies. That whatever you are charging through the parents' general meetings should not affect a child from attending school. However, as government, one of our interventions to empower our parents to have that change of supporting children in schools, even if there is a certain fee being charged under the parents' general meetings. Our people are not poor enough. That's why we have introduced a MYOGA and we have introduced parish development model, such that in the next 5 years, we don't expect a person to stand up in our communities and describe himself or herself as poor. Should even be criminalized. Because we expect, since all this money is coming every financial year, actually I think every quarter. Is it every financial year? This every quarter. And we are beginning with the poorest in our villages, those active poor. In the next 5 years, where should we be getting somebody who claims himself or herself that I am poor? So eventually we shall also now start addressing these issues of saying, for us we are poor, therefore we should benefit under UPE. You cannot buy a school uniform, scholastic materials, all the needs of a child, including food. You should be able to support your child, including some contribution through the general meetings of PTA. I want to thank TASO for the interventions you have made, especially in support of the staff, as submitted by his district health officer, and including skilling. That is the way to go. So thank you so much. The chief administrative officer, together with the political leadership present here, you know Mbarara district broke away from Mbarara city, and yet you are still sitting within the jurisdiction. I don't want to talk about the land ownership. You are still sitting in the jurisdiction of the city. But there are some essential offices that are needed in Bugizwera, where I sit with my district police commander and the DISO. And these are probation office, labor office. I have seen money here for probation. And yet, the office of the RDC and the district police in Bugizwera are consuming 100% complaints under probation. Where is this money going? These people are not moving to Kamukuzi. They come to our offices. The other day, I gave a call to the chief administrative officer. I said, why can't you get some premises here and bring the probation officer? Because most of these issues are domestic violence, actually probation-related cases. And yet the RDC now, in addition to monitoring government programs, you find I am now at the probation office in that place. The labor officer, all these people are coming there. Recently, there is a department that when I asked for accountability of some departments, there is a head of department whom I don't want to mention here. One time he came to my office, we greeted each other, he told me what he was trying to do and some challenges. Now I saw him now in the accountability, 500,000 that he was with the RDC. I don't know which activity, I don't know which activity we carried out together. I leave it to you. On the issue of parish development model, and this I am becoming serious now, Mr. Chief Administrative Officer. You have seen that our performance is 94%. Recently, there was performance rate that was released actually in newspapers. I think where, is it Isinjiro that was the first Ochisoro? And Mbarara was around, I don't know where. 12. And yet we have put in a lot of efforts. But I am told we are being let down by a bank called Housing Finance. I was inquiring here, and I have got a solution that it is easier to transfer our people from that bank to the banks which are performing. And that it is not going to affect the so-called system. And we are going to sit down and get a formula because housing finance has failed to stay up. And I'm sure the 6% why we are still at 94%, it is housing finance. Because they took a lot, 23 circles out of 46. So I think it is high time that we corrected this anomaly. Homosexuality, that's the bad news. In elementary law, which I took at the LDC, is that one who alleges must prove. And the good and sweet thing is that it has been alleged by a district health officer. Can you please provide evidence and we apprehend these characters? First of all, they are transmitting HIV/AIDS. Secondly, homosexuality itself now is a crime. The nursing school. I was enjoying the issues here being talked about. I was not here when you people had a council resolution and whatever was done, but I happened to have gone there to monitor that nursing school. The only request I made on that day is, I think, what I have heard the chairman 5 actually also talking about. Can we have a physical plan of that place? What are the areas of expansion? That is a mere one room. What do we expect? A nursing school cannot be a one room building. So we need to have a physical plan of how you intend to expand that school. And business will move very clearly and everybody will be happy here. With those very many remarks, I thank you so much for this budget conference. I thank the organizers, especially the planning department. I thank you, Mr. Cow, to have endeavored to give us this document and to have been very transparent enough to make sure that you bring whatever is good and bad for our scrutiny. I therefore take this opportunity to close this budget conference officially. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bwana RDC. And once a meeting is closed by the representative of the president, then there is no any other business. But again, Bwana RDC, you didn't thank me. I have to thank myself for having coordinated this meeting. And you clap for me. Yes, thank you. That was a joke. Bwana Keith, I think you have an announcement. Then from your announcement, we shall break off for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Our moderator for today. The announcement that I have is brief. It's not taking long. And then after this, probably will allow me, I don't know whether I'll be allowed to do this, but to ask for the anthems and we close after. Okay. This is about our conference facilitation. Different groups of people being handled by different people. I'm going to talk about the group and let you see the person that you will see afterwards. The first group, we have heads of department and the heads of sector. You will see Miss Nasasira Patience. She's right there. Yes, some beautiful lady. She's a Mugole. Someone has said that here. Yes, we have the councillors and the LC3 chairpersons. You're going to see Mr. Mushabe Richard. He's also standing there. Private sector. Those are representatives for circles, religious institutions, research and education institutions. You're going to see Miss or Madame Immaculate, some light-skinned lady at the door, raising her hand up. And then we have the MPs, the RDC, and your deputy, the DISO, the chairperson, district chairperson, and then the chairpersons for the statutory bodies, like PAC. You will see Mr. Ferdinando. Fernando is right there, yes. Lastly, we have the press, drivers, the women, youth and PWD committee leaders, health institutions, and then the support staff. Health institutions, these are Health Center 3s and Health Center 4 in charges. You're going to see, and the support staff, you will see Mr. Stephen, the cashier. He's on the table there. Thank you. So after, they are requesting that we do this after lunch so that they also get a chance to eat first. Yeah, so we first eat, and then after eating, we have our facilitation. Thank you so much. Would you stand up, we pray, and then we have the anthems. Let us pray together. Our Heavenly Father and Lord, we thank you for this day. Thank you for the opportunity that we come together to talk about the service that we give to people. Thank you for the positions you've given us, all who are here, to serve the people of Mbarara district. And we pray that you give us more strength, that even after here, we will serve people diligently. We will serve them as if we are serving you. We thank you. And we pray that the things that have been talked about in this meeting shall put into effect for the best of service delivery to the people that we serve. As we go back, we pray that you go with us and keep with us. And the food that has been prepared, we also pray that you bless it and sanctify it to nourish our bodies for the glory of your name. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Thank you.